You lived it out here.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Huh?
I'm sure.
You can look it.
Then I realized that that's the camera.
It's okay, you do.
No, you're right.
I think it's okay. That's why I signed up.
No, I think that's a perfect.
See, that's why I look.
I like it.
I want to figure it out.
Mike's over that.
Is that a mic?
Yeah.
Just one, so.
You learn.
We had no clue.
It's a learning
You be here, but you saw that.
Yeah. And you can do yourself as well. So.
Don't do anything. I see we gotta do something. Like.
Gonna talk about holiday.
What's that?
Gonna talk about holiday. We're all on now. For what? It's like, well.
So we get into this week.
So much.
I heard a lot of people say that.
That's pretty Gary.
Yeah.
Hereby publicly announce that in compliance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this reorganization of the Jackson Township Zoning Board professionals has been advertised in the manner prescribed by law. Call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Here.
Mr. Martins,
Here.
Mr. Tremor,
Here.
Ms. Cusano,
Here.
Mr. Seleckia.
Here.
Dr. Hofstein,
Here.
Mr. Bradley.
Yes, and just for the record,
Ms. Brown.
Ms. Rosal is expected at approximately 8 p.m.
8, correct.
Are going to skip down to discuss the reorganization of our zoning board professionals. We're going to discuss the attorney first. That the only applicant was the firm that currently represents us, Rothstein, Mandel, Strom, Hom, and Cipriani. So we will start there. Discussion, please.
Since this is the only law firm in the state of New Jersey that thought they were qualified, I would make the motion to approve
Second the
for
motion.
another year.
Apologize. So we have, so well worded there, sir. So we have a motion and a second to reappoint the same law firm who represented us last year. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yeah, I'm just a little confused here. So
Okay.
On our agenda, what part are we up to?
We are at I. We are not having executive session. We are doing it here in public session.
Okay, so we're done with all the other stuff.
We did A through D and we skipped down to I, sir.
Aye, but we're not doing the executive session then?
No.
Okay. All right, so yes.
was that a vote yes? Sorry. Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Ms. Cusano,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. Okay, next is our engineer. The ones who submitted were Morgan Municipal Engineering Services, who currently represent us, CME Associates, Harbor Consultants, Inc., Nelgia, forgive me if I butchered that name, Remington and Vernick Engineers. Discussion, please.
Chair? I just,
Yeah.
thank you. You read it correctly. I just want to point out on our paper, it says Nelgia, and then by the next one, it says Nijlia. So it just swapped. I'm not sure. I believe it's Neglia.
Oh, Nick,
I would just make a comment. Doing my research on these vendors, Neglia and Harbor, both of them are an hour plus away from us, and they do not service any neighboring towns or anybody in Ocean County. They're based off of North Jersey, so those two, I don't think particularly would be suitable for this board, in my opinion.
Excuse me, which firms did you,
Neglia and Harbor,
what was your reason?
they're both very far away from us. And they don't service anywhere, any towns anywhere near us, so I don't think that it makes sense for them. I think that they're just fishing in the pot, trying to,
And where did you get your information from?
their RFPs.
I know I never received any RFPs from any firm on the list.
Mr. Hyman, excuse me, Mr. Hyman obtained copies from Dawn. There was an issue, they weren't submitted as they normally are. She did not get the number of copies she normally does, so it was one big massive file. So she broke them down. Mr. Hyman went in and requested the RFPs.
Well, in the almost 14 years I've been on this board, I've always had a hard copy. And I wasn't informed that we should go in and sit there and read it. So I think that that's just, we're not doing the correct duty. We owe these people, whether you think they should be here or not, and I have nothing bad to say about anybody who's representing us now. But we didn't even give them the courtesy of having the whole board read their resumes and what they plan on doing for Jackson. And I don't see how I could vote on any of these.
Else have any input?
Other than I agree.
Martins?
Other than I agree with Mr. Hofstein. As far as I wasn't aware that had to ask special permission.
All right, so at this point, here's my suggestion. We can go with the vote. We have some people who aren't comfortable in doing that, which I do understand. Or we can table the appointments for the other professionals, and the ones who are existing professionals would still be our professionals for this evening's meeting. And then we can reach out to Dawn and get, see what we can do to try and get a copy like Mr. Hyman did.
I believe the second way is the way.
All right.
That's acceptable. You can do that.
I would make the motion.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Right? So we're going to have a vote to, if you vote yes, it means that we are going to table the appointment. Except for the attorney, we will, I will reach out to Dawn tomorrow and try to make sure that everybody gets a copy. You may have to go in and pick it up. She said it was a very, a large volume file. So if you vote yes, that means that you want to table it, and then we'll do some research and we'll have to address this at the, the 7th, so the, 21st.
Through the chair,
Yes,
I could just make a couple more comments.
yes.
So number one is, I guess when you do get the RFPs, you will see that CME Associates, when they submitted their submission for engineers, Drew Pavlik, for conflict engineers, the same, for the planner is a different name, Chris Dockney, and then again for traffic engineer, is Drew Pavlik. So I actually emailed our current traffic engineer, asking him why his name wasn't on that RFP. And his response was that when we requested it, he was, the local, actually, Drew wasn't available at that time from their local office in Howell. And therefore, he came in from further away. So he was not specifically looking to continue himself, would be an associate of his if we were to consider that firm.
How about Steve Mazer?
Correct. So,
I just
yeah.
wanted to make
So, yeah,
sure.
yeah. So I was in touch with Steve, and that's what he told me. Now, just to, for one more point, he did agree that for the applications that he's currently on, if the board, grants the approval for that firm, he would continue to finish up those applications. But otherwise, I would say that, I think personally, I'm happy with the current professionals, and I'll be happy to reappoint all of them.
You have a motion and a second on the table to table the voting for the remaining professionals, not including the attorney. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Ms. Cusano,
Yes.
Mr. Selecchia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. I will reach out to Dawn tomorrow and do what I can to make sure you get the information.
So she does have them now in email file. She'll be able to email them probably like 20 separate emails.
I was gonna
Because
say,
they're
you're
all
gonna get
very
a
large files.
whole
They're
boatload.
repetitive and
Yep.
very time consuming to go through.
All right, so, do we have any resolutions for this evening? Oh, wait. Back, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm sorry, do we have any resolutions this evening? Right, no. All right, we do have one set of minutes from the 12/17/2025 meeting. Kathleen, I would just like to put on the record, we truly appreciate it. So complete, we appreciate it. So I need a motion and a second to approve the minute meeting from the 17th. Everyone is eligible except Ms. Cusano.
Make a motion to approve, and I would second those comments. It's been unbelievable since Kathleen has got on here. We got these minutes. It's something that we're honestly not used to and very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes, you made her blush.
you- Um, Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
I want to first echo the same thing. Those meeting minutes, I kind of look at them and as I'm going through and I'm going, really? How many times do you actually rewatch it to catch everything? Because they are in-depth detail. So yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Thank you, Kathleen, yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the vouchers. I have a voucher from the Township of Jackson for this evening's meeting for the recording secretary in the amount of $175. I need a motion and a second to pay the voucher, please.
Motion to approve?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Cusano can vote for this.
Oh,
Sorry.
Ms. Cusano.
Yes.
Ms. Bradley, yes.
Thank you.
You have an announcement this evening?
Yes, application number 2, Weiss for location 486 Clearstream Road has requested to be carried to, I think, believe it's the March 4th meet. Yes, the March 4th meeting. So we would need motion to allow that to be carried to the March 4th meeting, and no further notice will be required because everyone who is here for that application, you'll have notice that that application will be heard at the March 4th meeting if the motion is approved.
Mr. Alfieri, just for the record, can you just put on the record why you requested it be moved to the 4th of March?
Not sure if this is on. Is it on? Salvatore Alfieri on behalf of the applicant. We received reports from your professionals. The most recent one was January 5th. So we had a conference call today. We're going to be submitting revised plans. There were questions about, we only submitted the plans for the basement, and there were questions about what the rest of the house was like. So we're going to submit floor plans of the entire house. There were questions about the pool fencing, whether it was compliant or not. My client wasn't sure, so we're checking that. The pool equipment is not reflected on the plan. They have to be, we'd rather have a clean report when we come back. And if you remember, we were here for an approval for that application previously, and it was a mess because they changed architects. And we just want to make sure we have a clean presentation so you can focus only on the relief that we're asking
Absolutely.
for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So we need a motion and a second to allow it to be moved to the March 4th meeting.
Make a motion?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Mr. Tremor,
Yes.
Ms. Cusano,
Yes.
Mr. Seleckia,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
Ms. Bradley.
Yes. Matters for discussion, correct? Administrative approval. So we're going to move forward to applicant number 1, which is 9 Green Valley Road LLC / Citron, variance 3545. Alfieri?
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Salvatore Alfieri, Cleary, Giacobbe, Alfieri, and Jacobs on behalf of the applicant. This is an application to construct a new home on an isolated, undersized lot. We have 2 reports, one from Remington Verdict dated November 20th, and the other from Morgan dated December 19th. I have, before I introduce our witnesses, I have a couple of housekeeping things. Number one is, since it's an isolated, undersized lot, I sent buy-sell letters to the 2 adjacent property owners. I have not, I'm going to submit them so the council, or whoever gets it, can mark it, but we haven't received a reply to either of the letters. Number one. Number two is Mr. Paporo, when he reviewed the application in November, sent an email about, and he had 2 questions that he raised. One was that there's a 6-foot-high solid fence on the property that appears to have no approval on record at the town. That fence was on the property when our clients bought the property, so they don't know how it was approved either. But if this is approved and the new house is being constructed, that fence will be removed, so that issue would go away. There was also a question about the ownership of the lot, but that was subsequently addressed through communications with the applicant. So who gets the buy-sells?
Madam Chair, before we start, can I actually ask a question?
Yes.
So reading the Morgan letter on the second page,
Try to talk closer to the microphone.
on the second page of the Morgan letter, almost towards the bottom after the numbers, it says, based upon the review of the submitted application documents compared to the 2016 Jackson Township Land Development Checklist, 2016's now going on 10 years. Is there a chance that we have an updated, or we should reach out to whoever is responsible for it to get it updated, so that making sure that we're looking at everything that we should, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're looking at all the proper documentation. Something back from 2016, things have changed.
That's something that, the professionals can take a look at with the board to see if there's anything that's missing, to see if there's anything that's missing from the checklist, or, anything that can be removed that's really obsolete. So we should definitely take a
And
look
if
at
there's
that.
anything new that
Right.
has come on,
Mhm.
that's, thanks.
Before we start, Mr. Alfieri, just before we start, just to clear up some issues that may be correct or not. According to the deed dated March 4th, 2024, the property is owned by 889 Green Valley LLC, and the principals are Aaron Citrin and Barbara Citrin, each owning 50%. So the LLC currently owns the property.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yes, yes.
Okay, so all decisions made will be made by the LLC through the Citrins acting as officers of the LLC.
Yes, and through the professionals that they hired.
And if the application is approved and the LLC rents out the property, the property will be with whomever lives there. That is, if the Citrins are going to live in the house, they will have a lease, a rental
I
lease.
assume so, yes. That's typically how it's done, but I know the intent is that they're going to occupy the home.
And as an LLC, I assume the entity will follow all the Jackson Township ordinances and laws regarding LLCs and rentals.
Yes, unless they transfer it into their individual names, then yes, they would have to comply with whatever the ordinance requirements are.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have two witnesses, Graham McFarland, who's our engineer and planner, and then Sam Fligman, who is the architect. And we're going to start with Graham, so we request that he be sworn in, please.
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth in this matter before the board. Just please state your name and company for the record.
Sure, Graham McFarland, professional engineer, professional planner, with professional planner services. Previously qualified, previously testified before us.
Good.
Good, thank you.
It took a
Mr.
lawyer
McFarland.
to show the engineer how it works.
Mr. McFarland, this board accepts your credentials.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham. Would you run through for the board where this property is located, and then get into details as to what's being proposed and what the relief is that's required?
Of course, Anthony, if you could get the exhibits up for us. And if you could start with A1, which is the aerial. Well, yeah, there were separate exhibits that I sent in.
this is the plan set that was submitted, supported the application. You should have Exhibit A1, which was the aerial. I can use a cover sheet if I have to.
All right, so if you go back to the actual two-set plan, we'll use the cover sheet.
So what we have here is the cover sheet for the application. It is not marked as an exhibit, but it was submitted in support of the application. This does show the location of the subject property, known as Block 13601, Lot 1, identified as 889 Green Valley Road. The property has frontage on both Green Valley Road and Clearstream Road, so it is a corner lot. The property is located in the R3 zone. It contains a lot area of 1 acre right now. Of course, in this zone, 3 acres is the minimum lot size requirement, so the existing lot does not conform to current lot area requirement. The existing lot also does not meet the current lot width requirement of 200 feet. The frontage along Green Valley Road is about 172 feet. The frontage on Clearstream Road does satisfy the 200-foot requirement. The lot also, in its current condition, does not satisfy the lot depth requirement. Ordinance requirement in this zone is 400 feet, and this lot is about 246 feet deep. So those are the 3 existing nonconformances, which a lot is constrained by. The application tonight is to demolish the existing home and redevelop the site with a new single-family house. The house is proposed to have a floor area of about 6,800 square feet, which will include 10 bedrooms, garage, and will also include a basement. You can go to the next sheet for me, please, Anthony.
Before you move on, I want to ask one question of you. I'm over here. Are there any residents within 200 feet of this house?
Within 200 feet, yes.
So why is there none listed on this page?
Well, there are properties within 200 feet of the subject. The property list is just not listed on that cover sheet.
But that is one of the requirements that you're supposed to have, correct?
Well, yes, and we did notify those property owners. Mr. Alfieri did send notices to all those adjoining landowners.
But before you made that statement, we had no notice whether they were done or not. So I'd like to start seeing that we are getting completed documents before we have the hearings.
I was gonna say, we're having a hard time hearing.
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. I said, the fact that they're not on this list, we didn't hear about them, that they sent the letters out until the meeting tonight. I think it's important for us as a board to have completed documents prior to the meeting and not where we're catching up as we're sitting here talking, because what that does is it wastes time, and we have full schedules every time. And if one meeting, one applicant goes long, we're taking away from other applicants, and they're the ones that get carried. So I think it's important that we start to make sure that applicants are giving us completed documents before they come in.
And by completed document, in this case, you're simply stating that to put the 200-foot list on the cover
Well,
sheet.
For this,
Right.
for this application,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
this is this piece that I
Yes.
see that's missing. Other appications,
Other
we
issues,
can have other
understood.
discussions, but for this one, that is the question I do have.
Okay.
Ms. Cipriani, what do we do with that information that since they're not listed, is that a requirement? And if so, what do we do?
It's not a requirement that they be listed there. I think that's effective information, but it's not required. But it is, of course, required that they be noticed. And I believe the notice has been provided.
But
So-
as a resident pointed out at a previous meeting, it is in the Jackson Township ordinances that before you come to a meeting, that anything within 200 feet is not only listed, but describes what is going on in each of those locations.
Well, and that's not actually unique to Jackson Township. The law does require that the people within the 200-foot list be given notice not just of an application, but enough information to be able to glean what the application is.
Right, but I believe that we deserve to have that information.
But it's certainly a requirement that the board can make going forward, that it be listed on a portion of the application.
Oh, no.
I get it. I know it's there, but it's,
It really, I mean, that's something going forward, if we want to put it in a different place so that that information is readily obtainable for the board members, that's something we should.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just so we're clear, the checklist does require the list to be on the plans. So often, because the plan is the first thing that's submitted so that the board can determine completeness, and the applicant, once deemed complete, requests a 200-foot property owner list from the tax assessor for the purposes of having the most current tax list to send out notice. In this particular case, they simply didn't revise the plan. So in the package of information that the board members get, to the best of my knowledge, is a copy of the request for the 200-foot list and a copy of the 200-foot list. So I don't want to mince words, so to speak, but to the extent that it's required to be on the plan, currently the checklist asks for it to be on the plan. So to the extent that someone wants to say, Mrs. Smith gets up and she lives at number 6 so-and-so, and the only way to figure out where she is by a block and lot number, yes, it becomes easier for board members, professionals, the public, to figure out where this is. Is this a de minimis waiver? Probably. Is it a fatal flaw? Probably not. But to the extent I think everyone from the board is putting applicants that appear before us on notice that this information is required and is expected from the board going forward.
Mr. Alfieri, you're a frequent flyer, so have you taken that direction?
Got the message, yes.
Isn't it also, so who determines that an application is complete?
So the current process has been that Dawn determines completeness. As you may recall, we had drafted an ordinance which had been reviewed and which we are going to request that the governing body adopt, which would create a completeness review level by the engineer as well.
Because that's where the problem is, right? In our view, this is not complete because it misses that one piece. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mark.
I don't believe we were sworn in, our professionals. Can we swear in?
Oh, you're correct. I'm so sorry. So before you go, thank you,
And
Mark.
I apologize to everyone. The flu, I sent that email, I just took out half of my firm, and so I had to go to another meeting. I very, very sorry not to have been here from the beginning. In that spirit, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Would you please state your name and title for the record?
Mark Romeyer, Board Engineer.
Ernie Peters, board planner.
Gina Tumalo, Assistant Zoning Officer.
Has the witness been sworn?
Yes.
Okay.
So there was some confusion with the RFP, so the only professional that was reappointed was your firm. Congratulations.
Oh. Okay, good news. I thank you very much. I thank you as much as if 10 other people had applied. I really do appreciate it. Enjoy working with this board a great deal.
So we will be revisiting the other professionals at the next meeting. So, and for the record, obviously, Ms. LeBou has left and Ms. Cipriani has taken her rightful spot. All right.
And Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Romeyer.
Yes, just to answer Mr. Martin's question, for a checklist item that wasn't submitted, technically the applicant, either they can add it during resolution compliance to the plan, or they can request a waiver from the board, and it's up to the board to decide if they want to grant a waiver for an item like that. So I would recommend we just require they add it to the plan for this application, but moving forward, they have it from the beginning.
Can we make that kind of a board policy? Because we get told lots of times, oh yeah, I handed it in to the official, we haven't got it yet. So if it's not here, maybe we should start sending a clear message to the applicants if it's not here as of that day, you may have to cancel yourself that day. And I don't know what's legal. I'm just putting my thought out there.
Yeah,
because-
so, I mean, if we put it in the ordinance, that, I mean, because really the question becomes whether or not it's something that's jurisdictional. Is it jurisdictional under the land use law? We do have the right to require things through the checklist, a checklist adopted by ordinance, and require that for completeness. In that case, though, if we said that, it wouldn't be that we couldn't hear it. They could then ask for a waiver here, and then the board would have to hear them and make a
That's
determination.
their favorite thing. They ask for a waiver. Just saying. But I mean, I agree with Mr. Sleckia because he sat in the audience for planning for 2 years when I sat on the board. And it's a major issue that, you know, it gets tiptoed around. You know, I mean, I understand everybody has a job to do. People get paid a lot of money to manipulate the rules the best they can. But at this point, like, I have a question, which this is on 1.1 acres. How much acreage do you actually need to build this house?
The zone requires 3 acres.
Why are we even here then?
We're here because this is an application for an isolated undersized lot, and we're asking the board for the relief.
I understand that, but I mean,
Well, it's
if-
because it's a zoning board.
right, but-
Right, so that's what, right, so that's why they're not before the planning board, because they don't comply.
And it's so frustrating, and I understand, and I'm speaking like an outsider. I understand the process, but I'm putting it out there because I have people ask me all the time, they don't understand the process. And in past history, how many people have not been able to build a house because they only had 2.5 acres? And say, if we gave relief on this, what kind of message are we sending?
Well, I mean, the thing with the board is, with the zoning board, is no application, no determination of the board is precedential. Everything has to be taken on its own merit. And the way that the law is set up, they have the right to come and ask and to set forward why they believe that under the standards set up in the law regarding hardship, et cetera, that they have a case, and they either persuade you or they don't. And if they don't,
Just because they
then they
want
can
means they have
either
the case?
make a different application, or they can go ask the court to say, you know, yes, we did meet the standard and the board was mistaken.
That's the difference between the zoning and the planning, to be
Yes,
honest.
no, I get that. That's why I'm putting it out there.
Right, exactly. So that's the difference between the zoning board and the planning board. The zoning board basically says it's a zoning board of adjustment. So if you don't meet the criteria, if you don't meet what the ordinances state, you have the right to petition. Like Ms. Cipriani said, are they going to convince us? You have to, you know, meet the positive and the negative criteria. That's the difference between the zoning and, I get that question all the time.
Yeah.
Why do you even hear it if it's a 1.01 acre lot and it's an R3 zone, why are you even listening to it? Doesn't mean everything is rubber stamped. It doesn't mean that we have to agree that, you know, it doesn't mean that they meet all the standards of the law and that we have to approve it either.
They have the entitlement to the application, they have the entitlement to be heard, and for the board to consider and to vote. They don't have the right to a particular outcome, except to the extent that they have put on proof sufficient to meet the standards under the law.
Through the chair.
I greatly appreciate the response because now it's clear.
Okay.
But I also wanted clear to members of the board that you don't have to agree on this. So it just seems like it's a gray area that I want to just let people hear it and see it, that we are paying attention. Thank you.
Simon?
So just to respond to Mr. Tremor, this application specifically, we're looking at it as an existing 1 acre lot, but it's zoned as an R3. Right, so it's not that it's just out of character of the neighborhood necessarily. If they were to build a home there, it would be out of character. It's just, for whatever reason, the town master plan has zoned this to an R3, and they are stuck with a 1 acre property. So, the other properties that are right there are also, 1 acre properties. Now, a little bit further down, there are 3 acre properties. But for whatever reason, when they did the master plan, whenever they reviewed this specific area, it was thrown under an R3 for whatever reason. So it's not like it's uncharacteristic in general. It's not even like, they're requesting something that's like out of character. It would be very normal, I know for us and for everybody else, you look at it, oh, it's R3 and needs 3 acres, but here it's just an existing 1 acre property.
No, and I understand that, but also they're just coming in going, oh, we only have 1 acre lot, sorry. Where if you would have come in and said, hey, we bought the lot next door, now we have 2.2 acres, you've made a grand effort, and then that going.
May I suggest that this particular conversation is kind of deliberation that the board will do at the end, but in the interim, the applicant should continue to put their case on, and so that we're not making determinations before the case has been concluded.
I do want to add for Mr. Alfieri, though, he did do buy-sell letters. That's what he stated earlier. He did do buy-sell letters and didn't get a response.
Right. So, and I just want to give, so the board is not prejudiced going in against an application because it's an undersized lot. I want to make it clear there's case law, there's a case called Dallmeyer, which is an Ocean County case, it's the law of the state that's been around since Judge Serpentelli, which is probably 30 or 40 years. And one of the prongs of the proofs that you need to submit to demonstrate that you have a hardship, and that's what this board is here for, to grant variances if there's hardships. And the hardship here is that we have an undersized lot and we can't acquire land to make it larger. And that's what that buy-sell letter is that the board chairman.
But you do understand that the people watching right now, you're using the word hardship. In their mind, they're going, it's only a hardship because you want to put this huge house where it doesn't belong.
No, it's a hardship because
That's what people
even
are.
if we wanted to put a shed on this property, it's a hardship because you need 3 acres, we only have 1.
You understand what I'm saying, though?
I
sir?
understand. So, but I just wanted to put it in perspective that we're complying with the law, and we think when we finish, you're going to be compelled to vote yes because we meet all the legal standards.
So, Mr. Shermer, really just in terms of the process and where the deliberations take place, let's, obviously, if you have questions, you can go ahead and ask them. But in terms of the deliberative process, the applicant has the right to put their case on first.
Thank you. And in the interim, while that colloquy was going on, I was able to pass out what we were going to mark as A1 that we thought Anthony had, but he did not have, which is the aerial. So we're going to request that this aerial be marked as A1. And then Graham can describe in better detail the character of the area.
Yes, and getting back to the application, referring to A1, which is an aerial exhibit, which the board has been handed copies of. You can see on this map, the subject property outlined in yellow, again, which has an area of 1 acre. You can see the surrounding lots in close proximity to the existing lot, virtually all of which are undersized lots as well. I think there's one across the street. You can see lot 23, which is 5.5 acres. Every other lot that you see on this map has an area of 1 acre or just over 1 acre, which was, when these properties were subdivided under the previous zoning and prior approvals.
And then Graham, one other, before we get into more detailed testimony, in addition to the hardship relating to the undersized lot, we also have the hardship in relation to setbacks because we're a corner lot. So we have 2 front yards. And that
Correct. This is a corner lot which has to have has to meet the front yard setback on each of the 2 lots. And again, in this R3 zone, 80 feet is the required front yard setback. This plan also shows over on its right-hand side a tabulation of the setbacks of the existing homes in the neighborhood, or those which are in close proximity to this home. That is one prong of the request for this variance, is to show that the development proposed is consistent with the development pattern in the neighborhood and would not cause any significant negative impact to that neighborhood. We tabulated what's shown on that table, the 13 nearest lots, and I don't know if you can see, it's kind of hard on that smaller sheet, but of the 13 nearest lots, there are 7 of them that do not conform to the front yard setback. The front yard setbacks of those non-conforming homes vary from 24 feet. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then there are 5 of them which are 55, 56 feet. There's another one which is 68 feet. Then there are some that do conform. But anyway, 7 of the 13 nearest lots do not meet the front yard setback, and that's a similar relief that we're asking for as we get into the merits of the application. You can also see on this area right across the street of Clearstream Road on lot number 25 is a new home that was under construction when this photo was taken. This was dated in March of 2025. That home has a front yard setback of 68 feet. You can also see, although I don't have the square footage, but that's a rather sizable home that is being built on that lot as well. Again, the proposal is to demolish the existing home, redevelop this lot with a new home, which will have a floor area of about 6,800 square feet and include 10 bedrooms. Anthony, can you go to the plan sheet for me next?
Just one quick question, if I may. Does that 6,800 square feet include the size of the basement?
It does not include the basement.
So it's 6,800 plus the basement.
That's correct.
And how many square footage is the basement?
I think the basement is around 3,000 square feet.
Talking about a 98?
Right, the architect will confirm that, but it's around 3,000. The architect is going to testify, and he'll give you the exact number. Okay. You can see up on the screen, we have the variance plot plan that was submitted in support of the application. This shows the new home that is proposed. It also shows a new in-ground pool proposed in the backyard. It shows the driveway, which will access both Green Valley Road and Clearstream Road. This plan also shows the relief that is requested for the application, which are 2 variances, actually 3 variances. 2 variances for front yard setback. The setback for Green Valley Road is proposed at 69.2 feet. The setback to Clearstream Road is proposed at 57.8 feet. Again, where 80 feet is the required front yard setback. And the side yard setback on the west side of the property is proposed at 36.1 feet, where 50 feet is required. Again, you can also see on this plan, I'll try to highlight it for you. You can see on this plan the permissible building envelope in this dashed line, which is very small. This permissible building envelope, I think it's only about 35 feet wide or so, which frankly is just not large enough to accommodate a new home to be built on this property. That would be very restrictive in the terms of what size home could be built. It would not meet the needs of today's family and of today's families, and is not consistent with the pattern of development that has been going on in this portion of the town. I'm sure the board is familiar that in this particular part of town, located along Clearstream Road, Green Valley, and Denmark Lane, there are more than a handful of homes that have been demolished and rebuilt or expanded, similar in size to this particular home. So I believe that this application to demolish the existing home and build a new home that meets the needs of today's growing families, to allow a homeowner the benefit of redeveloping this property with a home that he wants to build for his own personal use, is consistent with the pattern of development in the area, and does not promote any negative impact to the area. It is consistent with the pattern of development. I believe that the variance relief that we're requesting for both front yard setbacks, again, is consistent with the development pattern. As I said when we looked at the aerial, there are 7 homes in the close proximity that have existing front yard setbacks that are all in the 50 some odd feet front yard setback. And again, we're proposing 69 feet and 57.8 feet on the two fronting streets. This lot qualifies under the hardship criteria for C1 variances because the lot area does not conform to the zone requirement. The buy-sell letters were sent with no responses to either buy or sell parts of any properties. This lot also satisfies a hardship criteria because of the unique shape and configuration and constraints imposed by a corner lot requiring 2 street frontages on an undersized lot, which is very, very restrictive and does meet the requirement of satisfying a hardship condition. The front setback and the side yard yard setbacks that are proposed are consistent with the development pattern in the neighborhood. And that's as confirmed by a case in Monmouth Beach, it's Chirichello case versus Monmouth Beach, where frontage variance does not impair a zone plan as long as it is similar to other homes on undersized tracts in the neighborhood. And again, this proposal to locate the home at 69 and 57 feet is consistent. The side yard setback proposed at 36 feet is also compatible with the neighborhood development pattern. And you can also tell that by looking at A1, looking at the aerial map. Although I did not list all of the dimensions, you can see that many of the homes in this aerial do not meet the required 50-foot side yard setback as well. So that variance relief is consistent, again, with the development pattern. I would also stipulate that this proposal does not violate traditional zoning purposes such as light, air, and open space. This application is proposing 10.6% building coverage, where your ordinance allows 15% building coverage. So it's well within the permissible building coverage for the lot. I believe that redeveloping this house with a new home promotes a desirable visual environment. I believe that the proposal to redevelop this lot is compatible with the neighborhood development pattern and does not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and does not have substantial detriment to the public good. We did get reports from both professionals, starting with Mr. Peters' report first, which was dated November 20th of 2025. Mr. Peters summarizes the application and indicates the existing non-conforming conditions, which I discussed, and he also indicates the two variances that are requested for front yard setback and side yard setback. He also just questions the location of the pool pump equipment, which is not shown on this plot plan, but that will conform to setback requirements of 50 feet minimum. So I don't take any exception to the variances that Mr. Peters has identified in his letter. And then he provides a couple of comments in his letter asking for the number of bedrooms, which I said was 10. I talked about the square footage of the home. The in-ground pool will be surrounded by a fence with a gated enclosure in accordance with requirements, so there's no relief there that it would be in full compliance with ordinance requirements. This application with the 10 bedrooms is required to have 6 off-street parking spaces, and we would also satisfy that requirement, so there's no relief requested there.
And Graham, the 6 is not garage, it's just on-site between garage and driveway.
Correct, combination between garage and driveway. You can see the driveway has quite a bit of length between its L-shaped configuration between Clearstream and Green Valley, so it can obviously accommodate 6 cars easily. And then we have a letter from Morgan Municipal dated December 19th, where, of course, Mr. Romeyer deemed the application complete. He summarizes the application, and he reviewed the proposed plan and its grading, and he indicated that it maintains existing drainage patterns. He summarized our proposal to provide roof recharge systems, which is an upgrade from the existing lot, which does not provide any management of stormwater. So this application will be a betterment of that particular fact. And then he asks about the number of bedrooms and the parking spaces, which I have testified to. And he points out the requirements for sidewalk and curbing as indicated by local ordinance where sidewalk and curbing are required or a contribution to the pedestrian safety fund would be made. We would defer to the pleasure of the board whether sidewalks and curbs should be provided or whether the contribution will be required.
And that would apply to both frontages, correct?
Correct. And then he also provides some technical comments on the in-ground pool. Again, we will comply with any technical requirements for the in-ground pool that no relief is required. So that would be in full compliance with ordinance requirements. We also have architectural plans, but I think the architect is going to provide testimony related to those.
That's all we have of Mr. McFarland.
Dr. Austin?
If we can't,
Any drainage problems?
Well, there are no problems currently, and we are going to provide roof dry well systems to accept runoff from the rooftop. So when this job is developed, there will be less runoff from the site than there is today.
Will there be any landscaping issues since you're clearing the whole lot?
We don't have any landscaping proposed right now as a part of the application or as a condition of the application. Typically, we would like to give the applicant the flexibility to put the landscaping in as they see fit, but that is certainly something that the board can offer some input on.
And there are a number of trees. Are all the trees being removed?
No, the site is not going to be clear cut. We do have to file for a tree removal permit as part of the application. We would walk the property with the township forester, and if there are any trees that are worth saving, we would attempt to save them.
And where the driveways are there any sightline problems entering the two streets?
No, there would not be any problems. I think Mark commented on that in his letter, and we would work at any details for site visibility with him.
Okay. And you will abide by the lighting, particularly around the pool, where all lighting will be face down and away from the neighboring homes.
Yes, anything to be built, with the exception of the two variances that were requested, would be in accordance with ordinance requirements.
And the properties on septic, if the Ocean County Board of Health decides that a new septic system is needed, will the applicant construct an enhanced septic system in order to protect the wells of neighboring properties?
Well, our plan does show that a new septic system will be required. So we do propose a new septic system.
And what about an enhanced as a protection? Since the properties are close to each
Well,
other and they all have wells, how about protecting the wells?
If the board feels that advanced treatment is necessary, we would agree to comply with that requirement.
I think it would be a good idea.
We would comply with that request to provide
Okay.
advanced treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Since Dr. Hofstein went through his checklist, I checked off one of my questions, so I'm down to just one simple one. It's on? No? Okay. The frontage on Clearstream, what is the setback that you're proposing?
The proposed setback to Clearstream is 57.8 feet at one corner and 69.4 at the other corner.
Okay, and you're saying that is in compliance kind of with the houses around it?
I'm saying that that's consistent with the development pattern in the area, again, by looking at Exhibit A1 where we tabulated, the 13
Agreed.
Nero's homes.
Agreed, and that's where I'm going to go to the question at. So before the house across the street on Clearstream was built, the closest frontage, the way I read it, is 91 feet. And then the new house, they came in at 68 feet. And now you're pushing it another 10 feet closer.
Just for lot 26, the frontage is 87 feet.
Okay, so that was the.
I know you probably can't see it on that smaller scale.
No, I believe it or not, I think for change, I can see them.
And just for reference, the existing home on the property right now is set back at 70 feet to Clearstream Road. So
Right.
the existing home does not conform to the current setback requirement. It does not conform to the current requirement to Clearstream or to the requirement on Green Valley. The existing home is 60 feet to Green Valley and 70 feet to Clearstream.
Right, but all I want to point out is that as the new houses are being built, it seems like we're pushing it closer and closer to the setbacks. So this is going to be the closest out of anything that's on there.
This setback to Clearstream will be closer than the other homes that exist along Clearstream. That is correct. But this lot is also different configuration than the other lots that front on Clearstream. You can see, look at the adjoining Lot 3, the adjoining Lot 4, the Lot 14 across Green Valley Road. Those lots have much more lot depth than this particular lot has. This lot does not meet the lot depth requirement fronting on Clearstream, so that's a hardship, and that's part of the reason why we're requesting the variance relief for that front yard setback on Clearstream.
I'm not saying a lot of the other things. I just want to be clear on the setback for Clearstream is actually the closest that we've ever seen.
It is less than the neighboring homes, that's correct.
Do you know what the setback requirement was when they built that original home?
I know it was under the R2 zone, but I do not have that information with me. I don't, maybe Mr. Peters knows, I'm not sure.
Well, my point is the house was compliant when it was built.
We're assuming so, but I'm not certain.
Right, so it's kind of a moot point what it is now, because you want to tear down and rebuild, so you can't technically just say, well, because they did it then, it's okay now, it's different rules. Kind of playing a little game, but.
Well, I'm not playing a game. The test is if the proposal is consistent with and does not impose any significant negative impact upon the neighborhood. My opinion as a professional planner is that it is consistent with the development pattern of the area, and it does not create any significant negative impact.
Hope that would be your opinion. You get paid a lot of money.
That, just to that statement, because you're implying that he's not telling the truth.
I'm implying that he's running a fine line, which you have to do. I get it. And if it was over the top, I apologize. But, you know, it's.
Madam Chair? I have a question as we talk about the variance relief and for Mr. McFarland. You had indicated that the required building envelope is shown on the plan, correct?
Correct.
And that the width of the building envelope parallel to Green Valley Road was about 35 feet.
I think that's right. I could scale it to make sure for you.
Yeah, I think it's a little bigger. And
I was kind of guessing at it. I can tell you what it is. Actually, I got about 40 feet wide, Ernie, along parallel to along Green Valley.
So how wide is the building envelope parallel to the Lot 3 lot line where the in-ground pool is going to be?
Back where the pool is?
Yeah.
It's about 60 feet wide.
And then how wide is the setback or the building envelope parallel to Clearstream Road?
It is about 110 feet, looks like. Yeah, about 110.
All right, so I have a building envelope that's 40 feet on one side, 60 feet on another, and 110 foot long. That seems like a pretty decent space to build a house. It seems to me like you have a rectangular piece of property. It's longer than it is deep. And your client's choice or the applicant's choice was to build a house which was, quite frankly, not consistent with this building envelope. It's a little more square. And I think you need to reconcile that because I guess I'll ask the question. Could you build a house on this lot that's conforming to the required setbacks?
Well, of course, the answer is yes.
Okay.
A house could be built that conforms to the setbacks. But we don't have to prove that it's an impossibility. And yes, there are considerations as to which way the house should be oriented. This is a corner lot. The existing house does have its frontage on Green Valley. And I know that my client felt that it was more appropriate to try to keep that frontage to Green Valley Road. So that's why we chose to locate the house in this particular orientation.
Okay, but you didn't design the house, correct?
Well, the architect designed the house.
Okay, so I'll ask him those questions.
Right.
But you have a building envelope that's 40 feet wide along the frontage, 60 foot wide to the rear, and 110 foot deep in theory, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Bremer?
So I noticed that except for the master, it's all listed as guest rooms.
We should ask the architect that. We're about the floor plan.
Okay, how many bathrooms?
We could ask the architect.
Okay, we'll play it that way. I'll wait for the architect.
Martins?
Yes, thanks. Mr. Peters, what's a building envelope?
I'm happy to answer your question. We would normally ask the applicant's professionals to answer questions.
Yeah, sorry, I asked you because you used that term.
the building
And it's
envelope-
more about, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know what a building envelope is.
Sure. The building envelope would be the area within which a house could be built based upon the required yard setbacks. So as Mr. McFarland had indicated in his testimony, there are a series of dashed lines parallel to Clearstream Road, parallel to Green Valley Road, and then parallel to adjacent lots 2 and 3, which would outline where the required setbacks for this zone are. And then within that area, you could build a house without variance relief. So we refer to that as the building envelope.
Yeah, that was more like a dictionary kind of question I was asking because I just didn't realize what that term meant. So one question came to mind is, so you did say that you could build a home here conforming to all the setbacks, right? I think you stated that.
That would be possible, yes.
That would be possible. So considering that, where's the hardship then? You don't have a hardship. You can build one. You can build a house on this R1 conforming. So what's the hardship?
Well, the hardship is that the lot is undersized, and the hardship is that the lot is constrained by these setback requirements that limit the ability of the applicant to build the home as proposed, and we're asking the relief under the satisfying the proofs that are necessary to show that really there's 2 prongs to the test, that it's consistent with the development pattern in the neighborhood, and it doesn't create any significant negative impact to the neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay, but I think you get my point. If there was no way to build it, then I understand there's a hardship. If you have a way of building it, you still get your residential home just the way you wanted it, and you meet all the variances. That's why I struggle with that hardship. I understand the hardship if you couldn't do it at all, but you can't. Okay. Anyway, that's so here's some of the other questions. So you mentioned that this is the size of a home required for a for today's family. Can you can you define that, today's family? Why do you think today's family needs 8 bedrooms, 2 master bathrooms, 2 sheds? I didn't understand that.
This is the home that my client wants to build. He has a right to present this application, to request approval to build this home.
Absolutely.
It's what he feels is necessary for his family and for his personal enjoyment, and that's the subject of the application.
Okay, all right. Yeah, my argument was today's family. I don't understand that. I wouldn't. Anyway, I don't see this being today's family if we looked at overall Jackson families.
I think the part of the answer is that in the character of the new homes that are built, especially Lakewood's a little over 200 feet away,
Right.
and the community in the Lakewood community have larger families, and you've seen that almost every application you get now has larger homes. That's the character of the family that he's referring to.
Right.
I wouldn't need an 8-bedroom home, but that community in this area, that's what they're building.
Yep. Okay. Because and I think we determined that house plus basement is something over 10,000 square feet, right?
It was 6,000 and change plus the basement.
Plus for the basement, which I think goes back and forth, but I think that was like 4,000. I think you said 3, but
We
it was
said
4.
the architect would give you the exact
Yeah, well,
number.
we'll
We
talk
don't
about that.
know the exact.
Okay.
11,000.
Okay. the gist of all my questions is that it seems like a large home for a small lot, whether it's an R1 or an R3, I'm not even concerned about that. It's because, as you said, there's a lot of R1s around. But the size is what I'm concerned about. I'll leave the other questions for the.
Yes.
Mr. Hyman?
Could you just tell us what are the setbacks for an R1? Would this be compliant for such? I mean, I understand that it's not grandfathered in, but what would those setbacks be?
I don't have that in front of me tonight. But I think the R1, I'm not going to answer. I'm not sure.
We can look while the architect's testifying if you want,
Thank you.
unless Mark or Ernie have the ordinance handy.
We could look it up. I did want to touch on.
So glad you asked, Sal.
Oh, Gina, sorry, Gina. You know.
Of course. R1 residential zone, which setbacks would you like to go through?
Front and side.
Okay. Principal building requirements for an R1 zone. Front yard for a corner lot is 40 feet, 60 if on a major street, and side yard is 20 feet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, what was the side? I missed that.
Side yard is 20 feet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned earlier, Mr. McFarland, that the coverage would be about approximately 10.6%.
Correct.
What is it now?
Now it is, I think it's about 6% right now.
So the existing home is 6%. You're proposing to make it about 10.6.
Correct.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. McFarland? Mr. Romeyer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just 3 items I wanted to go over were the sidewalk, the tree preservation, and then the driveway/site triangle. Just for the sidewalk, the board should discuss the requested waiver, whether it's appropriate for the applicant to install sidewalk in accordance with the ordinance requirement, or if a contribution is more appropriate here. So I'll ask the applicant's engineer their response on why.
No, we indicated we would, whatever the board wanted, we would do.
Well, can you testify whether there's sidewalk in the area?
I don't believe there was any sidewalk in close proximity to this home. Looking at the aerial, I don't see any.
So if there is none in the area, that can be a factor in the board's decision. And also the board should weigh whether maybe there should be sidewalks starting to be constructed because it's a residential area. So I would ask the board to try and discuss the decision for that particular item.
So I know in the packet of information, we were told that this was originally, I don't want to use the phrase originally, the home was built in 1975. We know it in 2000, it was listed as an R2 zone, correct? But it was still an undersized lot at that point. I did have concerns as well about the sidewalk. If we're talking about a large number of bedrooms, obviously we're expecting children. So maybe in that area, that is something we, as a town, we need to consider for the safety of the children. You're talking school buses and all those type of things. I do think that's something we should at least think about. So because in 2000 it was considered an R2 zone, it doesn't automatically, as Mr. Hyman pointed out, get grandfathered in. I do have one question. The house across the street on Clear Stream, lot 25, right? That's 1.16 acres and has the 68-foot front yard setback. Do you know if they got variances for that property?
Well, they would have had a variance for the setback. 80 foot would be 80 feet required. Their lot, that lot, of course, is undersized. And I can tell you that I can scale the side yard setback. I would tell you that I believe they had a variance on side yard setback to the left side of the home by scaling off the aerial. It looks like it's around 30 feet, kind of hard to tell with shadows, but I think it's around 30 feet on the left side. The right side setback was about 80 feet, so conformed on the right side yard setback, but not the left side yard setback. So that home had relief to the front yard and to the left side yard, I would say. That, of course, could be confirmed by looking at their application. Again, I'm just scaling off of the aerial map.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McFarland? Hello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Graham Sal, applicant, can we just please, again, for the record, sorry to repeat myself, the sheds will be removed just because they're in a non-conforming location.
Yes.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Mr. Romeyer?
Yeah, just to follow up, two more items. The tree preservation ordinance requires some tree replanting. The applicant's engineer testified they'll get the required tree clearing permit. If the board is aware, there is a letter from the township's tree expert. She did comment on the appropriate tree plantings. So if the board is comfortable, we can handle it by, as a condition of approval, requiring the applicant satisfy the township tree expert. Or if the board wants to see more progress or information on that topic, we can ask for that and carry because of that, or either way, just want to bring that up. And then the third item was regarding the driveway. There's two entrances, one on Clear Stream and one on Green Valley. I just asked the applicant's engineer, can you confirm it'll be outside any of the ASHTO site triangle?
Yes, they definitely are.
And would you be willing to just show that on a plan as a condition of approval?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Romar, could you, I just had trouble hearing you, so I'm going to put in a condition. How would you frame that condition?
Regarding the tree clearing,
No, site triangle.
the site triangle, that the applicant would show the ASHTO site triangle on the plan, on a revised plan.
McFarland, I have an odd question for you. If you acknowledged on the record that the house could be built where you wouldn't need variances for the setbacks, right? If you did that, would that mean less trees had to be cleared?
I would say not necessarily. Again, we're going to look at the tree clearing as we refine this plan and hopefully work through resolution compliance and meet with the township forester. But I don't think that would impact the amount of trees that would need to be cleared for the house to be built.
Additional questions for Mr. McFarland? Mr. Sleckia?
No questions. I just have some comments. In regards to Mr. Romeyer talking about the trees, the residents in this town have been screaming about the amount of clear cutting that's happening, and there seems to be no information that they can look at to see. So I think we should have a tree replacement plan in place before approval on this matter, just so that the residents can see that we are getting all the right documents required within the township, not going outside agencies, but within the township to make sure it happens. In regards to the sidewalks, I think it probably makes sense to start putting in the sidewalks as these are being built. I've been in this town for 52 years, and I drove down Clear Stream when I first got my license back in the 80s, and the road was not very wide to begin with. So if we're going to start having large homes with large families, I think we need to start making sure that we have all the infrastructure in place before these things are built. Anyone knows the way I look at things is infrastructure needs to happen before we put up any more burdens. So I believe it would be a smart thing to put sidewalks in and not just contribute.
Well, I would agree with Mr. Salakia and the chair with regards to the sidewalks, although that area particularly is more rural, and I would feel that it's not as appropriate for sidewalks. Nature of this home and the homes that are being built around it, I think would be beneficial to do it, although the home that was just constructed across the street on Clearstream does not have, but there's always a first, and I think that it would make sense to start here.
Any additional questions or comments for Mr. McFarland? Excuse me, Ms. Joffrey, you call your next.
We'll call our architect. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give before this board will be the truth and nothing but the truth? And could you, using your microphone, state your name and credentials for the record?
Samuel Fligman, Fligman, Bachelor's in Architecture from NJIT, principal owner of Sam Fligman Architecture and Design, provided testimony in front of this board and similar boards throughout New Jersey in the past.
Mr. Fleegman, this board accepts your credentials. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Fligman, there's a bunch of architectural questions that were raised, but before we get to the questions, there's a floor plan. There are plans that were submitted prior to the application, prior to tonight. Could you just run through the board, the floor plans and the design details?
Sure. I know there was a quick question about an LLC. I could comment towards that Mr. Citron and Mrs. Citron are planning to actually inhabit this house on their own. So although it's under an LLC, the idea is for them to actually live in it themselves. They're relocating, and they're looking to live within this area. They have kids that live within this area and throughout Jackson, Lakewood as well. The design, I think we can touch on it real quickly again. It's based off of approximately 6,800 square foot first and second floor. The basement, if we go, I think if there's a cover sheet that we can go up one sheet, I think it's listed. I don't know it offhand, but I would say it's definitely within like 3,500 square feet, if I recall correctly, the basement itself.
4,087 according to the plan.
Okay, there you go. Sorry. So that's additional square footage in the basement. It's proposed to be a single family home that has 4 bedrooms on the second floor, 1 bedroom on the first floor. They are, middle-aged, and they're planning to able to have that bedroom act as their master suite on the first floor. And they have additional 5 bedrooms in the basement for when they have larger gatherings. Like I said, they have kids within the area, and for holidays, when lots of people come over, this is a way that they can accommodate them by having additional bedrooms within the basement. I can discuss specifics if there's any question.
Well, there was a question about number of bathrooms, and is there a garage?
Yeah, there's a 1-car garage. This is the basement, so you're not seeing it here. I guess it's kind of that lower left-hand corner. It's facing Clearstream. Number of bathrooms on the second floor. There is 4 bathrooms. There's a his and her bathrooms for the master suite, and then there's 2 additional bathrooms for the additional 3 bedrooms. On the ground floor, there's 1 master bathroom, and then there's probably like 2 half bathrooms for the main living spaces within the first floor: living room, dining room, family room, that stuff. There we go. Yeah, so you can see there's 2 half bathrooms on either side of the lower hand of the plan. And then there's a his and her master bathroom for the master suite on the first floor. Yeah.
And the basement, how many bathrooms?
Let's go back to it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 bathrooms. The idea is also, there's a stairs from the back left corner of the house that has a bathroom off it as well. That's meant to act as a bathroom for the pool that's being proposed in the back of the yard. So there's a way that they can kind of use that as a little bit of a pool house in the basement.
So those steps are leading downstairs
Correct.
and that pool house that you have listed in the basement. So there's room down there that's where you're sending those stairs into.
Correct.
And what about on the, I'm sorry, going down further on the left-hand side, what is, well, I'm guessing there are 3 boxes hidden behind each other. One box with the 2 lines below it next to the guest bedroom, bedroom 1. Dress, and then it has that box that looks like it's outside the house. What is that?
That's a side entrance that's going up to on the first floor. That's a side entrance. So the parking is kind of, you can kind of see like where the garage located, and that's that side entrance.
Okay, so there's no entrance to a basement there.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to confirm what I'm looking at here.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm what I was looking at.
The basement, are full kitchens permitted in a basement?
From a building code issue, there's no issue, right?
I'm sure the board has heard of a Passover kitchen, and from my experience, we've filed them in the past, and we haven't had any issues for building code.
That
That's not the
doesn't answer the
question that was
question.
asked,
Is
Mr.
it permitted or is it not permitted?
Let me ask you this. In normal designs where you'd have what I believe is referred to on your drawings as a Pesach kitchen, wouldn't that be on the same floor as the regular kitchen?
I mean, there are designs that have it on the first floor, and
So I think the board has a valid concern asking, you have 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and a kitchen in the basement. I think you should try to answer their questions about.
Absolutely.
And I'll ask the question. You indicated this is a single-family house, correct?
Correct.
And while we've heard testimony a little from Mr. Alfieri, we've heard from Mr. McFarland, we'd like to hear from you, that it's not the intent for this to be used by a separate entity other than the single-family unit that's going to build and own that and live in the house.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes. I mean, like you can see actually on the plan, the only stairs leads from the back, which is from the pool area, and you can kind of see the program that's programmed in that area is working as what I would call like a pool house. There's a shower with a bath. There's a little laundry room with a place for people to change. Definitely does not read as any intention of having any rental. And obviously, if there's a concern, we can put in a deed restriction. There's no plan for having any besides a single family home.
Well, I would like that in there, and also stating that there'll be no separate apartment in the basement.
That's fine.
Out of curiosity, let me back it up. The couple that are building the house, I assume that they're older. You said they have children that live in the area?
Yep.
So basically, just this man and woman are going to live in the master suite.
Correct.
No children live in the house.
Well, they have children that live in the house, but most of the children are living within the area like Jackson, Lakewood.
Must have a lot of children because everything's labeled as a guest room. Me as a firefighter, inspector, looking at it, this screams single room occupancy. That's kind of, I think, what some of the people are thinking. you have a kitchen, you have a laundry room, you have a side entrance, a separate entrance, it does seem very awkward, lack of a better way to put it. You know, it's,
Side entrance is not to the garage.
I mean, well, it's a high-end luxury home, and the intent isn't really for like people to rent out rooms. That's not, I don't, if you look at the architecture of the house, it doesn't read like that. And granted, there are a lot of rooms, but it's clearly not the intent for that architecture.
but
But I
again,
think-
guest room, it should say bedroom 1, bedroom 2, bedroom 3.
Correct.
Understood.
You have escape windows in every, what could be a single-room apartment that has its own. 'cause it-
That's a building code requirement. Any bedroom in the basement is required to have an egress window.
That's not what I'm saying, though. But what I'm saying, though, it does look like a single-room occupancy, because you do have its own kitchen. And it's in its own laundry room. So, and I understand that you can deed restrict it. Who's going to enforce it? Is kind of what, again, I'm going to speak for the people. Who's going to enforce it? So it's a very tough thing. In my mind, this doesn't look good. Something else I wanted to ask.
Ask you a question.
Is the total number of bathrooms? You didn't give that. 12?
Yeah,
Sorry?
12.
A lot of bathrooms.
Sure.
How big's the septic system for this thing?
It's meant to accommodate a 10-bedroom home.
You have the room for it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, it was more for our council. Hello. Adding that restriction to the deed. Out and so on. How, is that law, is that enforceable by
Or,
law?
I mean, a deed restriction is enforceable. To Mr. Tremor's point, the way that a deed restriction is typically enforced is by a superior court action. So if you, the township zoning department,
Right.
code enforcement, had, reasonable proofs that the deed restriction was being violated, you can get a court order requiring enforcement.
Okay, so
But,
right.
so that's how enforcement would take place.
okay.
Right, and just to
It's just more
piggyback on what
difficult.
Gene was saying, Mr. Martins, just to get a little bit of reassurance for you, that is an option, but also if they were ever going to maybe get attempt at a rental CO, that would be questioned why there were 2 dwelling units in one building, because that's not typical, and that's normally not what's permitted in town.
Okay,
So on top of what
And
Gene
that
had
application
mentioned-
itself would essentially be.
Right, that would trigger like a red
notice of
flag to
intent
look into it
violate the
further.
deed
And then
restriction.
that is also on top of what Gene is saying. So if code enforcement or any other enforcing agency within the township has any reasonable or
Gotcha.
complaint or any reasonable doubt that is what's occurring, we do have those actions at our disposal to take it further if necessary. But yes, the deed restriction and also what I've been doing for zoning reviews is like personal use statement. Also, when it comes to finished basements, things like that. So that
Okay.
definitely is enforceable.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Can I ask how it's enforceable? We can't just, somebody calls up and complains, they call your office. They can't just knock on the door, hey, can we come in the house and check?
Sure can.
Well,
I don't work in
you
code
can ask
enforcement,
to go
but-
in, or you can go to
Right.
municipal court and get an administrative search warrant.
And by that time, everybody's gone.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, it is enforceable, of course. But yes, on top of what Gene said, I come from a code enforcement background. First step is always kindness and knock on the door and ask to take a look and then use the longer, the longer route if necessary.
No, absolutely. And the reason why I say that is the general public is under the impression we can call, you go down there and get denied access. There's not much you can do until you get to court, which is a process. So, I mean, it sounds very simple when we we'll just deed restrict it, but it's not that simple. But just, I want it on record.
It's not that simple, but it is more like a security blanket to just not, to be a little bit more confident that, the applicant is going to follow through with what they're putting on the record and what they're proposing, but also, I guess, to alleviate some concerns of the board as well.
Right, it does give you the ammunition you need if by some
Right,
chance you
gives us
do
a little
catch
teeth in
somebody
the
like
game.
that. Yep.
Since the property is owned by an LLC, are there additional inspections?
Dr. Hofstein, I wish I could answer that for you. Unfortunately, as not being a code enforcement employee, I don't really have
Okay.
clear
Okay.
answers for you, and I don't want to make something up.
Yeah,
But we can get
yeah,
back to you on
yeah.
that for sure.
And LLCs, my recollection is under the ordinance, there's certain things that LLCs have to provide in terms of contact information, and identifying someone who can be reached on the property, et cetera. In terms of an additional standard for inspection, there is no provision, and that there would have to be some real showing on why there was a rational basis for that. There's nothing in the law that allows prohibition of ownership of a single-family home by an LLC.
A question to the architect, if you're available. Why are there two master bedrooms, one on the first floor, one on the second floor?
Well, they currently want to live on the second floor, but being that they plan on living in this home as they age, they wanted one where they can, as they age, they can transfer and move downstairs to live on the first floor.
One master suite with his and her bathrooms and his and her walk-in closet will sit empty.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand is if you can build a house within the setbacks, but you're building a bigger one, how many people are living there? That's going to be living in that house? And why do we need all that rooms if it's only 2 people living there? Is that what you said earlier?
The second floor has now a master suite with 3 bedrooms, and that's going to be used kind of all the time. And
So-
then as they, if they host, they have kids that live within the area. and
Right,
if
but they
host
live
them-
within the area, so they're going to be staying in the house also. So that's why you're having all that space when they live nearby towns. That's what I'm trying to understand is if you wouldn't need variances if the house is smaller and we don't need all this space. So I'm trying to understand why you need all this space if they're not really going to be living there and you don't
Right.
really need all that space.
I mean, the client is requesting the space because that's kind of how they, that's the style that they're looking to live with. And they currently maybe live in a large home. And it's sort of, I guess, what their design aspirations are for, to live in a nice, big luxury home and have the ability to host, have large gatherings, holidays, summertime, and have all the kids over and everyone feel comfortable within the home. Now, I do get the notion that it's undersized, it's an undersized lot. But I think like the testimony that Graham gave, it definitely is within the character of similar developments that have been built within this area. There are a lot of nice, larger luxury homes that have been built within this area. So I would argue that it definitely is within the character of the neighborhood that's being developed currently.
And just as it relates to the occupancy, just assuming that Mr. Fligman said, I know the family and they have 10 kids and therefore they need the bedrooms, the zoning decisions you have to make are really not related to how many people are living there because they may have larger families and a lot of times during Shabbos, kids stay over because they can't drive home. So, but the
Correct.
point is,
Right.
who's living there?
But my point
Could
is,
be, you could have a large family that's going to live there.
but I guess the point is because you're asking for a variance when you can build a home that's within the setback, but you're choosing to build a bigger one to build this size of a home is what I'm trying to say.
Understood,
Madam
but
Chair?
the fact that we had more.
You're
Oh.
okay.
The fact that there were more kids wouldn't be the zoning justification for it. So that's the only point.
No, I think that it is, and I think that the tenor of the questions have been clear and the responses have been clear. It's just whether or not that's going to be considered, which is that you're already, have the fact that it's an undersized lot, but there is not compliance with the setbacks because, and the testimony has been clear that this is the home that the applicant wants, but the board certainly could still consider the fact that it's a request for sort of additional variances aside from the undersized lot, and that the overall size and the violation of the setbacks is something the board can consider.
Mr. Peters?
Madam Chair,
Thank
to
you,
follow
Ms.
up on Ms.
Cipriani.
Rosel's comment or question, to Mr. Fligman, while it may not make your client happy, given the building envelope that Graham and I talked about, 40 feet wide on one side, 60 feet wide on another, 110 feet across the frontage, you could probably build a 10-bedroom home that's 6,800 square feet within that building envelope, correct?
Questionable whether we can have it facing Green Valley. It would be really more.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, I'm not here to make your client happy. I'm here to ask you a question, which is, could you build a similar size house within the building footprint that's available on the property?
I think the answer is yes. There's
Thank you.
definitely the ability to build a home within the building envelope that is provided with the R3. It would create more challenges in terms of.
I don't disagree with you, but
Right.
I think the fair point is this isn't a contest about architecture. It's a variance application. So I give your client a lot of credit for wanting to spend that much time with his family. I give him a lot of credit for being able to build a house this grandiose. However, the zoning board hears applications for variances. In this particular case, the design of the house could be different and be less and require a less intense variance or no variances at all. And I think that therein lies the rub of, is there a real hardship? Thank you.
Want to take a break while the chairwoman's out?
That is your choice. She had a sudden thing to do. She'll be right back. If the board would like, maybe this would be a good opportunity to take a 10-minute break.
I second that.
Okay, well, I can't make a motion. I can only make a suggestion.
I'll make the motion.
All in favor?
Second, we all agree.
Aye.
Any opposed? Absolutely not. Okay.
Now, is it on?
There you go.
Okay. Thank you, but I wanted to figure it out.
No, it's so hard to hear, so just speak as loud as you can.
I don't so much have questions as I do comments. If I looked at this, the house sold 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, it was what it is now. And again, I feel like it keeps coming up before this board over and over again. Someone buys property. They know what the requirements are. They have to find out what zones they're in. And yet it keeps coming up here where we're taking a square peg and trying to shove it into a round hole. It didn't fit 3 years ago. Maybe that was the time to look for property that would fit this size house where you wouldn't have a hardship, because the only hardship is the one you're bringing to yourself. It's just very sad because, and we always say, well, this one did it and that one did it. Well, there comes a time where we have to start saying, no, we can't do it. It's too much now. You keep building all these houses, eventually they're all just going to connect and we're just going to have one big apartment building. It's got to stop somewhere. So I just hope you guys really think about that. And sometimes you just have to say no. If it's not a hardship, it's not a hardship. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to come forward to make comments about what they've heard testified to this evening? Seeing no one come forward, we're going to go ahead and close public session. Mr. Alfieri, did you want to make a closing statement?
Yeah, just very briefly, again, thank you for the time and input. I don't think there's any dispute that the hardship, certainly relating to the size of the lot, exists, and we've demonstrated that we can't improve or mitigate the hardship in any way. As it relates to the setback variance relief that the applicant's seeking, we think the more appropriate way of approaching it is to look at the character of that neighborhood and the R1 characteristics. And if you do that, and if you look at the pattern of development that exists in this area, recent pattern, you'll see that what we're proposing is consistent, and therefore, based upon the planner's testimony, there's adequate proofs to support the variance relief. We've agreed to, if the board were to grant the approval, to install the sidewalks, to provide the advanced treatment septic system, and to address all of the technical comments contained within the board professional reports, and including a deed restriction. And therefore, we request that the board grant the variance relief as presented.
Board, it is up to us for discussion.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to set the standard, I'm going to review the conditions, and I also will review the legal standard for this case for the board to consider during deliberations. So the conditions were those, and Mr. Alfieri, if I say something that you object to, please let me know. That the 200-foot list be added as part of resolution compliance in the form required by the checklist, that the pool will conform to the 50-foot setback, that the sidewalks are to be provided. There's supposed to be advanced treatment as part of the septic system. Sheds are to be removed. They're in a non-conforming location. This township's tree expert must be satisfied on the tree removal plan. Show the site triangle on the revised plan. They would have a deed restriction as a single-family home, and a condition that there be no separate apartment in the basement. So the law regarding an undersized lot. So we have a request here essentially for 2 variances, 1 or 3 variances, 2 of them being the setback variances, and the other the fact that it is in a R3 zone. The standard for an undersized lot case is that the applicant is required to carry the burden of proof on both the positive and negative criteria. You've heard testimony as far as the hardship for the positive, and there was some testimony that could be done without substantial detriment to the public good, and discussion of the development in the neighborhood and other properties in the area. He also must demonstrate that efforts were made to bring the property into conformity with the zoning ordinance by attempting to acquire adjacent property or be offering to sell the non-conforming property to adjacent owners. I believe those letters were provided and were discussed during testimony. Demonstrate that, submit detailed plans of the proposed house, which has been provided. That's part of what's been discussed, and the architect is testifying to. Attempt to demonstrate compliance with the use, side yard, and setback requirements and location of the house among other homes on small tracts with similar frontages. Obviously, in terms of demonstrating compliance with setbacks, there is not compliance with the front and side yard setbacks for the R3 zone. There was testimony that they comply with the R1 setback requirements. Have to demonstrate the proposed use does not violate zoning purposes such as light, air, and open space. And those are the things that are to be considered. Obviously, the board is familiar with the positive and negative criteria, which obviously must also be proved in this bulk variance application.
Cipriani has detailed it all out for us. It's open for discussion.
I just wanted one clarification.
To the microphone for us. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me? No, now you, okay. I gotta still kiss the microphone. Okay. So if we, let's say we follow the rules of an R1, then are there any setback variances still required?
No, under the R1 standard, I believe
would be-
Gina had placed on the record, and there was also testimony, sorry, I can't recall if it was from the architect or Mr. McFarland, that it would comply with the R1 setbacks,
Okay.
which are 40 for the front yard and 20 for the side.
Yeah,
Yep,
Gene,
yep, that's what I thought I heard. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I concur.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Peters.
Yeah, I just wanted confirmation of that. Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Leckia?
Yes, I'll make some comments.
The microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I guess the things that hit me with this application, first and foremost, the discussion as to whether we can build a house in that lot that is basically conforming. Kind of says to me, well, why aren't we considering that? I understand it requires probably making it facing Clearstream instead of Green Valley. I don't know what the detriment is of doing that. We talk about character of the neighborhood, and we heard tonight, at least I heard tonight, I won't put words in other people's mouths, but I heard tonight that it's the character, that this is in character with what's being built now. That may be true, but there is a character that a neighborhood has always had, and where do we balance the new with the old? My concern, leaving the house the way it is we are setting a new low on this street for a setback for a front yard on Clearstream. I kept bringing it up, and I kept hearing it's pretty close to everything else. Well, it's 10 feet shorter than anything else that's been there. So if we approve this as a 58, what's the next one going to come in at? Are we going to go 48 next time and say, well, it's pretty much in line with what we're seeing? So there's a lot that I think we need to kind of consider here. And I put forth, and I know, Gene, the way you presented it was that the tree expert would be done later. My comment was, I think the residents of Jackson are tired of seeing clear cutting trees, and I'm not saying you're clear cutting here, but I think it's about time that we make sure we're getting information from the tree experts prior to us voting yes or no. I think these are the things that, we always talk about an applicant being complete when they come and present to us. I think that needs to be true. We need to have all the information to make a sound vote, because that's the importance that we on this board find. The next item is, I talked about, I thought sidewalks were better, and it goes back to the whole criteria, like the comments of, does it fit in with the character of the neighborhood? And, although I said we need to have sidewalks in there, well, technically the character of this neighborhood would say it doesn't need it. But if we're going to start making changes, and listen, change happens, and I get it. Well, I would like to think that I would love to live in a house like that. I would not want to have that many bedrooms because I don't want people staying, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But so those are just some of my concerns as I'm contemplating where I'm going to go, if I'm voting on this one or not.
And Mr. Slucky, this is not exactly on point, but since you were talking about the tree expert and what you need to see on the application, we've had, since I drafted the ordinance, changing the application, we've had some changes on the board, so I'm going to resend that out. And so do not reply all, I'll put that in, but if you have individual comments to send to me looking for additions, we'll be glad to consider that and discuss it with you.
I appreciate that. But other than that, I think those are my comments. Everyone else?
Okay, so so I definitely hear both sides. The fact that it is, bottom line, it's an R3. It would be 100% compliant if it was in an R1. So that's sort of, generally the way I perceive it is, could you swap the home that would be compliant? I get it. But on the flip side, if I look at it as a 1 acre property as it is, which the general lots are in this neighborhood, it would be 100% compliant. I personally don't see an issue with it. I think it's not inconsistent with the master plan. It fits in with the character of the neighborhood. They agreed to put in the sidewalks, although, like Mr. Slucky just said, I don't think anybody else does have sidewalks there, but being that this is a significant, upgrade, and very likely there will be people, as you said, waiting for a bus stop on that corner, I think it would be beneficial to have the sidewalk there. I don't see any negative criteria. The positive is, you're rebuilding, you're making it new, and it's beautifying the neighborhood. As far as the concern with side yards, so over here we have 2 front yards with Clearstream. Although the other properties on Clearstream generally do have a larger distance to the home, those are all frontage on Clearstream, not side yards. So this is technically it's 2 front yards, but really it's their side. So that, because it's on that corner lot, it gives that specific hardship to this property, and I don't think it's setting any kind of precedent to any other properties.
Speaking of sidewalks, lately the township and the county have gotten together to add as many sidewalks to Jackson as possible. And Jackson's gotten some grants to provide sidewalks. So even though there are not sidewalks here, it's not to say they are needed. There are other places that would just as rural where we have sidewalks now. Second, the new master plan was just passed, and I'm sure almost every area in town came up. This should have been one of them. And the people who wrote the new master plan kept this as a R3 zone. They certainly had an opportunity to change it to an R1 and therefore make more people compliant and avoid so many trips to the zoning board. Second, what has me thinking is that the applicant can build a conforming home, which would eliminate the hardship, to eliminate the variances, and still accomplish much of what they are looking for. So that's part of my consideration.
Well, I'm going to go with Mr. Selecki over there. Where do we draw the line? It's a big concern. I think it's a little unfair that Dr. Sheldon had just said that these applications keep on coming to the board, forcing our hands constantly. We have a piece of property that we can build a house that fits. It's very simple, but it seems constantly, almost every meeting we have, somebody's trying to fit a bigger pair of shoes in the shoebox than can hold. And I think it's a major concern. It's what everybody's screaming and hollering about, and it's causing a lot of confusion in the town. The house itself, it's beautiful. Really beautiful house. I mean, I get it, but also, like I said, as a firefighter, inspector, it draws a lot of concern that there is a possible different use, especially if the owner who's building it decides 2 years from now to sell it. You know, again, deed restriction, I get all that. But again, it's setting a lot of precedents. Dr. Sheldon just said the area was kept R3 for a reason. And as a past member of the planning board, that is part of the reason, to keep these things from happening. So, I mean, it's, the average person's going to look at it and wonder, is this some sort of transitional home? Does it have a greater purpose down the road? So it's a very concerning application to me, and I believe we have to draw the line somewhere.
For the sake of speaking up, I do agree with most sentiments of my board members, just everyone said it more eloquently.
From the time I looked at this, this was a struggle for me. Part of the struggle is the fact that they kept it in R3 zone, right? The question is why? Why did we keep it in R3 zone when the majority of the homes in that area are approximately an acre, a little over an acre? So I was struggling coming in, but I have to be very honest with you. The fact that you can build the home and not require the variances is an issue for me. It's non-conforming. It was non-conforming when you purchased it. I understand that there were changes. The house was built in 1975, so who even knows what it was zoned or if it was zoned at that point. In 2000, it was zoned as R2. It was changed at some point to an R3. But the fact that you can build a home that would meet the requirements or situated in such a way that it would meet the requirements is a struggle for me. I do appreciate all the things that you're willing to accommodate. The sidewalk, I think that is important. I've been in Jackson a long time. The town is changing, and it is a corner lot. So to me, sidewalks are important there, even though it's not necessarily needed because you have it's not necessary around in some of the other areas, but this is a corner lot. And with school buses, I think that's important. But the fact that you can situate the home in such a way that it conforms is an issue for me. Again, I appreciate all the other accommodations, the pool conformity, adding the list, the septic, the tree expert, all of that's great. But I'm struggling with the fact that you can build a home on this property that would conform without having to have all the variances. The non-conformity isn't going to change, just to be clear for the record. It's still going to be an undersized lot in the zone. That's not going to change. That has been that way for at least since 2000. But I'm struggling with the fact that you can build a home that would comply if you situate it on the property.
I just want to add, so Dr. Hofstein and Ms. Bradley both talked about the master plan staying the same. As one of the few residents that attended the public forums for when the new master plan was being drafted, one of the comments that kept coming up is, the density. And looking at density, I don't want to look at it as 8 apartments on a 1 acre lot, but it's also a density of what you're building within lots. And the fact that they kept these as R3s, I think shows that they wanted to keep this neighborhood. Maybe not. They just may have ignored it. I don't know. But it kind of tells me, and I have to go with it, is that they wanted to keep this neighborhood as close to what it was where the new master plan came out. So
So, I mean, the application is as it is, right? The board, a number of people have expressed, struggling with the setback variances, as well as obviously the undersized lot variance, which everyone is aware of, and that would not change based on the size of the home. But the applicant is the master of the application. And the application before the board now is for this home situated this way. So, a question really is whether the criterion has been met for the undersized lot, if you feel like it's also been met for the setback variance.
Okay, since everybody's sitting here, let's continue. I'll make a motion to deny the application.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to deny the application. If you vote yes, that means that the variances will not be granted. Okay? Roll call, please. Mr. Seleckia does not vote, Kathleen, right? Yeah.
Mr. Hyman,
No.
Mr. Martins,
Yes.
Ms. Rosal,
Yes.
Mr. Trimmer,
Yes.
Ms. Cusano,
Yes.
Dr. Hofstein,
Yes.
and Ms. Bradley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I type all the time and I never get any better. Sorry? I'm
a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday. We just felt it was important to have that flexibility. We kind of envisioned that warehouse building really, being used by a small contractor or so, and he may have a need to come there at 6 or 7 o'clock at night sometimes. So I think there's a possibility that those hours are, could be needed. For the two leased parking areas, we showed them on the plan, with fencing. We tried to organize that space a little more than what has been going on the site recently. The number of tenants is actually, is not fixed and will vary depending upon market conditions and as things change. I know Mr. Falzarano testified last time that he has, a few different people that are storing vehicles on site now, and that same operation, I think, is essentially what would continue. So we're not looking to impose a condition that says it can only be leased to 1 or 2 people. We would like to have some flexibility that it could be leased to anybody who is going to comply with the requirements that may be attached to the approval. The landscaping business, again, there's really 2 components to that. There's the front portion, the smaller portion, where it's a storage of some products and materials. And then there's a back portion where landscape nursery stock is currently grown and then taken to be installed at customers' properties. So the plan shows those 2 separate areas. Within the storage area, there are some bins for materials such as stone, sand, and mulch to be stored. We added a detail for those push bins. We provided some requirements for height limitations. Also, would like to have area for a couple of roll-off containers for storage of other materials, including brush, stumps, vegetation, and clippings. What the landscaper has been doing right now is he does have a couple of roll-off containers that he does bring, brush and grass clippings to temporarily store it until they get disposed. We would like to be able to continue that use as part of the landscaping business. And then again, we do have the landscaping nursery stock area. Hours of operation, we say from 7 to 7. And as related to all activities, there's no manufacturing to be performed at the site. This application is for the multiple uses as indicated, but they're basically, outdoor storage uses, primarily. We do anticipate deliveries being made by single unit SU trucks for the restaurant business. Tractor trailer trucks do make deliveries for the shed prefab buildings to the site. That has been going on for some time, and that would continue in the same fashion, which it has been done. And then various vehicles associated with the landscaper's business will enter and exit the site during the day in the course of conducting their business activities. We did get review letters from both professionals on the updated application. And going to Mr. Peters' letter first, dated December 29th of 2025. His letter contains a lot of language because there are several variances required with the application. There are actually a lot of design waivers that are required because we're not looking to make a lot of site upgrades with this application. I don't think they're necessary for the type of outdoor storage and for the low intensity uses that are proposed. Of course, Mr. Peters does indicate the uses that are not permitted in this application, which is why we're here before the board and just confirming that, the restaurant, the office retail, the warehouse, the leased parking lot, basically everything that we're seeking is not permitted in the zone because, frankly, we're in my least favorite zone in this whole town, which is a limited commercial zone. It is called limited commercial because it is severely limits what anybody can do. And the board has seen several applications for properties in this zone. And then Mr. Peters does point out the bulk variants that are needed. We don't take any exception to the bulk variances that he identifies. I think I spoke about them last time as well. And then he spends there's a lot of comments in his report that relate to waivers that would be necessary, and I don't take exception to any of those, and we would request the relief from those waivers or for those waivers based upon the plans that are as they are submitted. Some of them relate to bulk storage areas being screened and landscape and things like that. And we had testified previously that these uses are all contained in the back part of the property, and that there is limited view of them from the street, and that's part of the reason why I think there's justification in granting these variances and approving this project. And then we're also in receipt of a letter from Morgan Municipal dated January 2nd, and that letter summarizes the application, talks about the wetlands, which we had discussed last time. Talks about the 8-foot tall chain link fence that we have added. Mark talks about the buffer requirements and agrees that buffering is not required under township ordinance because the adjoining properties are all zoned commercial. Although they may have residential use, they are not zoned residential. So ordinance does not require buffers. Mark and I did have discussion about the EV parking, and I think we are in agreement that the plan that we've submitted complies with EV parking requirements. Of course, curb and sidewalk to be determined by the board. There was an existing sign which a variance was previously granted under the prior approval, but the board feels necessary to grant variance for that sign setback. Again, we would ask that to be granted. And then Mark does point out that your ordinance does require pavement structure design. Most of this site is accessed by a gravel driveway, which is adequate and suitable for the uses that are proposed and for the low intensity use of the site. And we would ask for waiver from having to pave the site or introduce any additional impervious paving. I just don't think it's necessary for this type of application. So I think I did go through the variances that are needed last time, which there were 3 or 4 of those. We talked a little bit about the limited commercial zone, and that it's called limited commercial zone for a reason, because the only thing that it permits are medical professional offices, continuing care, assisted living facilities, rehab facilities, daycare centers, preschools, some other churches, mini storage facilities. It doesn't give a lot of flexibility in what it permits. In support of this variance request, the application must satisfy positive criteria and must address the following items. The application must relate to a specific piece of property, which certainly this application is proposed for one subject property. Must advance at least one purpose of the MLUL, and I believe that this application advances at least 4 purposes. I believe this development is proposed in a manner that will promote public health, safety, and general welfare. I believe this application provides adequate light, air, and open space. We're trying to make use of an existing site without the need to construct additional buildings, without the need to construct additional pavement. Preservation of the environment, natural resources. We're proposing an application on a property which does have some limitations, does have some wetlands buffers, and riparian buffer, and we are not proposing any disturbance within those buffers that would require permitting from the DEP. MLUL also talks about provide for a variety of residential, commercial, and industrial uses in order to meet the needs of citizens. This board, I know, has seen some other applications in the past that discuss the need for parking areas, whether it be for passenger vehicles or for trucks. I think that is an item for which there is definitely a need in this municipality. The ordinance in this town is frankly very restrictive in what it allows for outdoor storage, and an application such as this satisfies that need. I believe in this case, the commercial use being proposed in the commercial zone substantially conforms to the intent and purpose of the master plan. And I believe this site is well suited to this particular use of this application. The site has direct access to a county arterial roadway, doesn't have any access or doesn't create any demand to municipal roadways. The plan calls for an organized process of the uses proposed in a manner that respects the environment and the surrounding properties and satisfies the general welfare by providing adequate ingress and egress, by limiting the storage uses to the rear of the site and keeping them out of view. The uses of low intensity along a commercial corridor. There's no land clearing proposed, no additional impervious surfacing proposed. The impervious coverage proposed with this application is about 7.4%, where 60% is permitted in the zone. So just confirmation that this application is of very low intensity. The site is also repurposing existing buildings, which protects the environment and preserves natural resources. This site is of a unique shape given its orientation and its frontage compared to its depth. It has limited street frontage, making it well suited for this use, which does not rely on street visibility nor additional street frontage. Many of the other uses that are permitted in this zone would have much more reliance on having adequate street frontage for their success. The proposed uses with this application do not have that reliance. The surrounding properties are zoned for commercial use, so the proposed use is not incompatible with the neighborhood. So I do believe that this site is well suited to the proposed use. Proposed use is based upon its location, current condition, and lack of sewer service. General welfare is served if the use is particularly fitted to the location of the property. The applicant is not required to demonstrate that the site cannot be used for any other purposes, and we don't have to show that there's a hardship with the application. As to negative criteria, we have to show that the application can be approved without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan or the zone ordinance. I believe that this application satisfies that test. When we consider the low intensity use that's proposed, we would offer the project will not produce any negative impact. No noise, no pollution, minimal activities on site. There's not going to be any manufacturing. There's not going to be any really construction activity on the site. The commercial use in a commercial zone, so we submit that it will not substantially impair the intent or purpose of the zone plan. I believe it advances the purposes of the master plan by promoting commercial uses on this particular property.
One follow-up, Graham. In terms of assuming this were approved, outside agency approvals, you mentioned Ocean County. That I know we have an application filed and they took action with some conditions. Other than that, what other outside agency approvals would be required?
We'll have to get approval from Ocean County Soil Conservation District. We are not proposing any activities right now that would trigger a DEP permitting. So I don't believe there are any state level permits. I think that's all that we would need for successful execution of the project.
I'm sorry, I have a question, just because going through the notes of the last hearing on that topic, there was discussion of having a condition of getting an LOI.
Yes, I'm sorry, an LOI application has been submitted and is pending with the DEP. But that is not a permit. That's why I said that's not to me, that's not a permit for disturbance. And we also did have some discussion about the landscape nursery stock, because that is stored in a Category 1 riparian buffer. We did not have an opportunity to get to research that yet, but my opinion and my understanding of the rules is that activity is not regulated by the riparian buffer rules.
But at the last hearing, there was a discussion of having a condition that encroachments in the wetlands and riparian buffers would be removed.
Correct, but we don't have any encroachment to the riparian buffer proposed, and my opinion is that my understanding of the rules is that this application is not proposing any clearing or land grading in the riparian buffer, and that's what those rules regulate. If the board want us to get an interpretation from the DEP, we'd be happy to do that as a condition of the approval. But my opinion is that it is not a regulated activity. But the DEP is a judge and jury, so we're going to leave that to them. We do not have any other activities proposed that would trigger permitting from the DEP land use regulation.
Yeah, sorry, just on that, so the letter from the DEP, are we going to require that? I think-
Yes, you're talking about the letter of interpretation, the LOI? Yes,
Yes, okay. I
that's
just
being
wanna make
required,
sure.
and there was a testimony that they've already submitted that application.
Okay. all right,
Yes.
Thank you.
So I just want to make a statement. I was there today, looking at the grounds. I spent quite a bit of time back by the riparian buffer. I would urgently ask that the applicant agree that if this board deems this application okay and we approve it, I would ask that the applicant review what's back by the riparian buffer, because when I was there today, there were about 15 wooden pallets sitting in right next to where all the trees are in the riparian buffer. There was also a metal stand. The only thing I can say, it looked almost like it was a hunting stand sitting right in the area of the riparian village. There's just a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. And I don't think we should be waiting to do that. I think that needs to be something that we make sure gets done sooner rather than later.
That we, the applicant's here, I think he heard you, but yes, we would certainly agree to that. Is he nodding? Okay, good.
Yes, and a big part of this application is trying to get this site organized. I've told the applicant, told my client, that it seems like every time I drive past this site, there's another shed that's closer to the highway.
Yeah,
And we've talked about that, and I've told him that, if we get this application approved, you're going to have to scale that back, and it's going to have to comply with this plan, and that's why we're coming here with a plan that is trying to organize it in a fashion that, I think is beneficial for his use, meets the purposes, but also gives Gina and gives the zoning office something that they can enforce, and they can have a plan that says, okay, this area of the site's supposed to be for the sheds. I don't want to see sheds creeping out to Commodore.
No, and my comments, what I just said, were specific to where the riparian buffer is. There are other things in that lot that need to be looked at. I can tell you right now, there is an area 3/4 of the way back that has about 50 pumpkins sitting in it. Not sure why you need pumpkins on this lot. Behind the tractor trailer, it looks like there's 2 extra gasoline tanks sitting right down on the ground. Not sure that's a good place for them. Those are the things just walking around, I think it really needs to get an overhaul, and I think that's something that we should.
Right, and we don't.
I know we can't force, but.
Right, we don't dispute those facts, and this application is here so that we can get all this stuff, again, organized, hopefully approved. Everybody agrees what's going to be where, and that's how it's going to continue in the future.
And I do have one other, sorry. In Mr. Peters' letter, he talks about a Broadway Avenue. The property is 105 feet east of Broadway Avenue, which is a paper street. But when I did my research, it made it look like Broadway Avenue was running through this property. Can you confirm that Broadway Avenue is not running through this?
Yeah,
avenue?
there are some maps that show Broadway Ave running through the property. I've seen that as well, but it does not. I mean, if you look at the cover sheet, if Anthony, if you can pull up the cover sheet for for us from the plan set? The cover sheet does clearly show where Broadway Ave is, but I have seen on other maps as well that it shows Broadway going through the site, and we scratched our head as well, but it does not.
It's your
That's what I just
classic
wanted to confirm
Jackson
that.
paper street.
I'm sorry?
Your classic Jackson paper street.
No, but we did a survey of the property, and Broadway is not on the property.
No, it's very common. It happens.
Last time, one of the neighbors had spoken, and you mentioned earlier, Graham, about the 8-foot chain link fence. Last time, I think it was stipulated there would be slats for some privacy. That was still
Yes.
still remain?
Yes, we proposed the 8-foot chain link fence with privacy slats. I prefer the chain link. I think it's more durable than wood fencing, so. And less visible.
Any other questions from Mr. Martins?
Yeah, I just, so I like the plan. I like the new plan. It looks great. My concern is, and I think you hear this, is that what's happening today is not what's planned for, right? And so really, I just wanted assurance, and probably more from the applicant, that we will be strict, right? No more, a free-for-all, nice cities to a friend or something like that. We're going to follow this plan. And someone, yeah. Okay, you don't have to speak. Yeah.
Let you finish, and then we could have him comment.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah, that was really it. I just need assurance that you're going to be on top of it, right? We're going to make sure that, that this is important to you, to us, us being the neighborhood, and then the wetlands and all that kind of stuff. We're going to be strict. You're going to follow these plans. If I'm satisfied with that, I'm good with the application.
Can we have, Mr. Falzarano did testify and was sworn in, so can we just have him respond to that? So-
Yes, but not from his seat.
No, come on up, microphone. And you,
Yes.
okay, so you heard the comments, and there were concerns were expressed last time we were here,
Yes.
so.
So I think that what Graham was trying to state is once we have a plan in place, then we'll know what we can do, where we can do it, how we should do it. And also I can delineate better for the tenants and also establish an actual lease, which each individual tenant, which will state the rules that they must abide by. And therefore, if they don't, and whether I see it or you see it and somebody needs to be removed from the property, it will all be delineated in their lease once everything is approved on the plan.
And how often are you to monitor that?
5 to 7 days a week,
Right. All day, pretty much, right?
pretty much 10 to 12 hours a day. I mean, if I make an effort, and I should, to drive through every morning and every night when I come in, when I leave, it should be fairly easy to do what you guys want.
Thanks. Thank you.
I think it would be easy if we just went through each of the items separately, as you have on the statement of operations. First one, you have the restaurant, pizzeria, which is fine as far as I'm concerned, the way it is and the way it's operating. Yeah. Next one you have is the shed and the prefab building. Right now, the sheds are all over the place, so all the sheds will be in that one area that you're describing.
Yes, the intention is to put a
Right now, you have
fence
them
all
in
around
back,
it.
in back of the restaurant, by the refrigerator unit, by the storage area. Those will all be in that one place.
Yes, in the fenced-in area. As the gentleman was there today, I'm sure that he saw that from the last time that we were there, there's far less sheds behind what will be the future office, because I've told him he's got to start selling them or moving them so that everything could end up back there.
The prefab building that you have, there are 4 offices in it. What are the offices for? I could see one for the shed business. What are the others for?
No, the shed office will be in what was the residence before of my previous landlord. The garage building will be either for 1 or 4 tenants.
I'm just talking about the what's called the prefabricated building and display, garage, storage, sales.
Oh, it's just-
25,000 square feet.
I mean, there's a big prefab building that the shed guy is
There's,
selling.
there's a
There's a
current
one-
trailer that is being used as an office. I'm going back to my notes from the last hearing, and there was that the current trailer used as an office was going to be removed.
Yes, when the home is converted to an office, then that will be removed.
I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, Dr. Hoffman.
Yeah, if that's, it says it right on the plans. One-story frame building to be converted to sales office. Okay, that will be the, sales office will be for the shed business?
Yes, I think I understand what you
Because
mean.
there were 3 other offices in the building.
No, there was the home that we're requesting to turn into an office, and then there was the temporary trailer office that was there. I don't,
In the plans that you're showing, it shows 4 offices, the break area for employees. Which employees are those?
oh, that will be, sorry, that's the house that is, when you're coming down the main drive down the center, it's the house on the left.
Correct,
That's-
yes.
That's what the intention is, to turn that into that office for the shed company.
Just the shed company will be operating there.
Yes.
And what employees will be using it for a break room?
I'm assuming both his office staff and maybe the guys
There's an
who-
office and then there's
and
a
the installers
pad,
and
an
whoever
enclosed
who-
patio there.
Well, that's existing. The patio is there. We're not changing the footprint of the building at all.
I'm just asking, what are you going to use it besides an office? It
Just
says
an
something
office.
about a break
It's-
room,
It's just their office.
just an office, so nobody will be stopping off to eat their lunch or
Well,
congregate.
I'm sure they will, the guys.
The employees of the
The employees of
storage.
the shed company.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll have a break room where they want to have lunch, whether it's
And
the
some of them,
secretaries inside or the guys who are installing and leaving and coming back and forth from the site. But it's only for the shed company.
And then you had the warehouse building where you have 1 to 4 tenants. Any idea what type of tenants will be in there?
Hopefully, working professional contractors, plumbers, electricians, people who need storage. I would love to have one guy take the whole thing and deal with one tenant, but you never know. You might have people who need less space, so as many as 4.
and to be clear, there's no bathroom or offices there. It's just
No.
purely, it's like a garage storage.
You're also stating that it will not be used for mechanical repair or service.
It should not be known.
Indoors there?
delineate that in their lease.
And you will have no storage of hazardous materials.
I think the only thing that came up to question last time was they asked me about gasoline cans for the landscapers and such. And,
No, that's just in the warehouse building.
well, I mean, if he ends up renting some of that space, that was the one thing that I don't remember who raised a concern about last time, that I said the intention, I'm sure, is to fill your cans in the morning and have them empty by the end of the day. But I'm sure if it's a half-empty
Yeah,
can, he's
Madam
not
Chair.
dumping it either.
I think we're getting out of the witness's ability to answer questions. If the landscaper or a tenant's going to have a gas tank,
Not a tank.
underground or above ground gas tank
No.
on the site, it's not permitted. It wasn't asked for. So if someone's going to drive a vehicle in with a bunch of 5-gallon gas cans and put gas in vehicles, I guess my question is, why don't you do it at the gas station?
No, I don't mean that, but I mean like,
A guy
Okay,
can't store gas on the site.
from the
That's what the board's asking.
okay, from the summer that I did landscaping, you go to the gas station, you fill all your equipment, and then you fill your extra cans because you're not coming back to the gas station during the day. You hope that you've done it correctly where you've used all your gas during the course of the day. If you come back with a trailer and there's a gas can that still has gas, he's not going to dump it in the grass. He's going to keep it for the next morning or put it in his mower for the next morning. That's all I'm saying. If I said anything else, I'd be lying to you.
Well,
Can't store gas.
If someone has a 5-gallon gas can in the back of their truck, I don't think that's what we're trying to regulate. I think the idea is we don't want someone to have a 500-gallon above-ground fuel tank sitting out there to be used by anyone and everyone.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, there's no gas tank of that type proposed.
Any comments on that?
And we do say in the statement of operations that it would be subject to local fire requirements.
I see
Anything
that, that's what I'm reading from.
Very gray area, because then every homeowner has a 5-gallon gas can, so it's
Okay.
a given.
I think what, excuse me, I think what Ernie's trying to delineate, there's a difference between a 5-gallon
Right.
tank on the back of your thing or being put in your
He's talking
mower
about a
than
commercial.
an actual station, correct?
And
Okay.
he's
Next-
saying that no
yeah.
more than just a basic landscaper's gas can may have gas, so that's fine.
Then you have the leased parking. What kind of surface will be over those areas, covering those areas?
The gravel that's there now was intended.
And now what about fuel leakage or fluid leakage from all the trucks, buses, boats, cars, fuel tanker, whatever? I mean, there's every type of vehicle that one could imagine sitting all over the property. How are you going to prevent any of the leakage from going into the ground?
I don't know.
Well, either it's permitted or it's not. If we were going to have an environmental problem with all this happening, then they can't be there. I mean,
Well,
what's going to prevent drainage into the ground, into the groundwater, into nearby wells? I mean, I've never seen so many different vehicles in all states of repair just sitting there. And as I think you said before, some of them have been there for years.
Right, so one of the conditions we've agreed to is they all have to be in working order and registered, where we know that some of the vehicles that were there, and I don't know if they still are,
Some of them are
were
still
neither,
being
were
removed.
neither of those, so they're gonna have to be removed. So if you're gonna have working registered vehicles, the odds of that type of spillage is really minimal, but we would consider whatever the board or board professionals suggest as.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think this is where we run afoul of responsibility. Well, I'm sure Mr. Falzarano can run a business. I'm not sure if he's meant to be the gatekeeper of leases to anyone who wants to bring a vehicle in and not have an understanding of if the vehicle sits there for a week or if it starts to leak, it's his responsibility. It's not the town should go out and inspect the site every week to make sure everything's getting done right. If he can't present to the board a plan that says, here's how we're going to make sure that this is an environmentally safe use on the site, then perhaps the board shouldn't consider it. I don't think it's up to us to set forth the standards. The standards are very straightforward. If you want to put something out there, it has to be safeguarded. So it's on stone. That's one bad thing. There's no protection for motor oil or gasoline leakage in a stone area. Those are things that can be done. If this was the Municipal Public Works Department for refueling school buses, there'd be a way of protecting it. So what they're asking for, A, isn't a permitted use, B, is on stone, and C, is being leased out to anyone who wants to come in and drop a vehicle off there. I think there needs to be a better protection than Mr. Falzarano is going to walk around the site respectfully because he's there all the time. At the end of the day, if there's an issue, I question Mr. Alfieri and Mr. McFarland to put something together that safeguards the town so the town doesn't have to babysit the site.
Okay, and we'll bring Mr. McFarland back up in a minute to cover that when you finish, just in case there are other questions for him.
Now, the leased spots, will they be, individual spots be leased to individuals who own a specific vehicle?
So, I mean, it could be one person who owns one truck, or I guess someone who owns multiple trucks may want to rent 4 or 5 spaces. I couldn't say each one was going to go to one person or the other way around.
How many vehicles do you anticipate could fit into these two areas that you're proposing?
The larger area behind the fence guy could probably fit about 6 to 7 trucks. I'd have to measure them out and figure out what is standard for an individual space. My intention was to mark them out with at least some posts that have some kind of reflective materials so that they can see their spaces. And then the lower space, the intention, I think, is still the continued use of the mechanic down the street, but he has to clean up his act and get the non-working cars out of there to use as overflow for his small lot, to move vehicles in and out because he does work for himself, but he also does work for some of the local dealerships. So he's bringing in cars and moving them out constantly.
So you're going to have vehicles there that are under repair,
Well, they wouldn't be repaired there,
but they'll be in all states of repair.
I suppose.
You may have something that's brought in, was in an accident and leaking all over the place, and he may decide he doesn't have room, he'll keep it over in your place.
We'd have to make
How do you prevent
we'd have to
that?
make some type of stipulation with him that only vehicles that could be driven on and off the lot could come over there.
I just think a lot more thought has to go into these parking areas. Let's just move on, just to touch the landscape business. Right now, there's just piles of stuff sitting in the middle of it. You're saying they're going to be bins, so all the topsoil and gravel and
Yes, we'll each have a
stone will
spot.
be, now you're also saying that you're going to have brush and so on that are coming from landscaping sites left in that area?
In a roll-off dumpster. He's
Well, I think this board has been down this before, as Mr. Cipriani knows. And somebody had this and was manufacturing mulch and manufacturing topsoil and
Well, Mr.
is
Hopstein,
there any intent of him to do this?
if you'd like, I'll ask the questions.
My guest.
Mr. Alfieri, can you just confirm that Mr. Falzarano's seen the statement of operations and agrees to them?
Yes, I saw them.
Okay. As it relates to the landscaping business, can we put a condition that says there'll be no stump grinding on the property?
Sure.
That we had discussed at the last meeting in August that we were going to limit the amount of materials. So I got a paragraph from Graham, which is great, but it doesn't indicate the amount of materials. Often we'll say that you need 10 yards or 20 yards or a 12 by 20 area, no more than 6 or 8 foot high. But at this point, we're just relying upon Graham's undimensioned plan and a document that doesn't have any numbers in it to say, well, that's how we're going to limit what goes on out there. So I think the board member expected a little more in terms of what the limitations of what was going to go on in the landscaping business. If the landscaper came in here and he was the applicant on your property, we'd ask him, how much stuff, where, how often do you do it? What machinery are you going to keep on site? But unfortunately, you're here, so we have to ask you those questions. The other issue that was brought up, so again, I'll leave it to Mr. Alfieri and Mr. McFarland to discuss limiting the amounts of materials that are going to be on site. And I guess the last thing that was discussed at the meeting as it related to the landscaping business, with that there would be no retail sales. But I don't see it in this document. So I think that needs to be added.
And that's agreed, yes.
I don't know if I covered all your concern.
You have? Thank you.
Follow-up question to something Dr. Hofstein asked. I don't think you answered. You said the first parking area, there'd be approximately 7 spaces. You'd have to measure it. You know, I don't think you gave a specific number for
I never thought to measure it and figure out how many vehicles could fit there or the depth or the size.
Fear, you want to bring Mr. McFarland up?
Yeah, I'd like to bring Mr. McFarland up to talk about the, I know he don't want to come up, but he's coming up anyway. So Graham, you heard the concerns particularly relating to this, the area where the vehicle is going to be stored and potential spillage of fluids, et cetera.
Right.
What paving is obviously an alternative. Is there
Well,
anything-
we were not looking to pave the entire site. I don't think that improves water quality. The pavement itself contains so much, petroleum and hydrocarbons. The plan right now calls for the site to be graded so that all runoff is directed to the stormwater management basin by overland flow. So that would provide for some water quality measured by the overland flow going through the gravel. And then within the stormwater management basin, there's a separate water quality forebay that is required to be provided, which is proposed in accordance with the current rules of the DEP Stormwater Management BMP. So the stormwater management basin would provide appropriate water quality measures for those uses in accordance with the adopted state standards. So I think there is adequate measures in place by the stormwater management basin that is currently proposed. And again, I think the discussion got a little off target. We're accepting a condition that the vehicles are going to be in operating condition. It's not going to be junk cars. It's not going to be cars, waiting to be repaired someplace, or cars that have been in accidents. They're all supposed to be in good working condition. That's a condition of the approval. That's one of the reasons why we put that condition or put that requirement in the statement of operations.
Can't give us a number of how many you anticipate?
Of how many?
How many vehicles they'll be leasing parking to?
I could. I don't have that number tonight. The areas are clearly identified on the plan. We can do some math and come up with estimates here tonight, but hopefully during resolution compliance, I could do that math, subject to review of your professionals, and we agree with whatever the number is. The number is, unless the board felt it was important for some reason to assign a number of vehicles to the approval. What we assigned was a portion of the site to the approval. We assigned a land area to the approval without putting the number of vehicles on there. But again, if the board felt that was important, that is something that could be derived, but I don't have a number for you tonight.
Would you be able to do a not to exceed number?
I'm sure we could.
Probably be the easiest thing.
Can, if we have to.
Back to the surface, I understand that you're not looking to pave or anything like that. But I think we need I need a better answer as to, okay, it may come in working. It may come in working, but what if it's leaking? What are we doing to protect? We have neighbors, right? And although I understand the whole concept of the stormwater basin, how do we prevent it from getting anywhere near that wetlands buffer?
Well, that's what the stormwater management basin is designed to do. Again, it includes a water quality forebay, and then it includes the component of infiltration. And if we go to the DEP guidelines, they'll tell us that this is how you design it, and it's going to provide water quality and going to protect any degradation of the surrounding water or the wetlands.
And I don't know if this is, would like a curb or something around the perimeter avoid sheet flow of anything beyond where you're trying to?
Well, the next step, or a belt and suspenders approach, is we could introduce a manufactured treatment device ahead of the water quality component of the forebay in the leased parking area to give us an extra measure of protection against degradation of the groundwater. So, we would agree to do that if necessary.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. McFarland?
A manufactured treatment device. The DEP, again, through their stormwater rules, has a list of manufactured treatment devices that provide additional measures of water quality control. We could introduce one of those or possibly two of those into the design to give us an additional level of protection.
And you said something about one being placed at the building or one in the park?
Well, they would be for the leased parking areas. They would be to collect runoff from the leased parking areas prior to discharge to the small-scale infiltration basin.
Thank you.
And as to the questions about the amount of material to be stored and the area devoted to the mulch and the stone, we did show a detail of the storage bins on our plans. Our plan does call for. Our plan did indicate 3 storage bins, and then each of those storage bins would be 12 feet wide by 18 feet deep and a maximum height of 6 feet. So we did provide some information as to the amount of materials that will be stored on site and how many bins are proposed. So there are dimensions provided for that activity.
I'm sorry, it's 12 by 18 by maximum height of how many feet?
Maximum height of 6 feet. And there are 3 of those storage bins proposed, and that is on the plan, and the detail is included with dimensions on the plans that were provided.
I asked the applicant while Mr. McFarland was talking to come up with a maximum number that he believes could be stored vehicles. I'm not sure if he has an answer yet, but I just called him over for that reason so we could come up with one. No, yeah. Okay. So 50. So 50 vehicle maximum in those areas between the combination of cars and or trucks.
That includes both areas.
Both areas.
So that was 15 or
50.
We're looking at about 5 or 6 tractor trailers.
That's what I think would fit there, yes.
How many of them are going to be tankers?
I don't know. I don't have tenants yet.
I've been saving that one because that's kind of the gray area. I don't want to cause you problems, but
I mean,
tankers could be a major problem.
they should be empty when they come back in.
That's a key word.
And we can stipulate that on the lease and also,
But see, that's where the problem comes in. You're parking on gravel. There is no runoff from gravel unless we're having a monsoon. It goes into the sand. Do a retention system, which has an oil separator in it, you need a impervious surface. Catch that water. So now you're getting into a big expense. And with the tanker there, you need to have curbing or booming just in case a valve opens up or let's say has a liquid in it and it gets very cold and freezes. So there's an issue with the trucks are a problem for you.
I guess we could do no tankers.
I mean, I personally wouldn't want a tanker in my lot. But, so if it's going to be tankers, that's a whole nother thing.
No tankers, and you make a very valid point.
Good, because I hated seeing them there.
Mr. Hyman?
Thank you. So really, this is more maybe Mr. Tremor could chime in here. I'm seeing that you're delineating a 24-foot gravel drive aisle, as well as there's fencing to delineate the different areas. I'm just trying to, see how that would work in case of an emergency. You have trucks stored there. You're going to have other vehicles stored there. I don't know if you're stacking them, one vehicle behind the next, and how they're going to be able to be maneuvered without playing rush hour. And if there needs to be a fire, apparatus getting into there that should be able to turn around without any issue. I'm not seeing how that would play out here.
We could stipulate that it be subject to the fire officials' recommendations.
Do we get any review letter from them? I didn't see anything.
We have one. I don't know what the date is, but it may
Yes,
be.
when the application was initially submitted, we'd submitted to the Fire Bureau and they approved it. That goes back to 2024, but I'm
Right.
happy to resubmit this.
So this changed a
happy to
lot
read-
because you're making a specific aisle, drive aisle, and you are blocking it off with fencing. So it makes the maneuvering a lot more difficult.
I'll be happy to resubmit this plan to them again, but it's not significantly different from the plan that they approved. But we'll submit it to them again.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I had was, while I understand the gravel is being graded, what is preventing it from constant need of maintenance with tractor trailers, vehicles, landscaping coming, going? There seems to be a lot of vehicular and truck traffic that it should constantly be needing to be maintained, and what kind of mechanism do you have in place?
It will need to be maintained, no question. There'll be the owner's obligation to maintain it in a suitable fashion so that ingress and egress is adequate and emergency, access is maintained. It absolutely has to be maintained.
The advantage of having a landscaper.
Other questions? Oh, Mr. Romar, I'm sorry.
No problem. Couple engineering items to catch up on. There's an existing site identification sign that currently says Enzo's Pizza. It looks like there's an additional sign panel. Mr. McFarland, is that the case?
Yes, that's correct, and that is shown on our plan.
And if there previously was a variance granted for that location, then I would recommend the board consider granting a variance because since the sign's being expanded. So that would be my recommendation. I have no issue from an engineering standpoint because there's 9 feet of clear space below the sign. So there's no issue with sight. So really, it's just up to the board if the additional sign should be granted for a variance. Second item, Graham and I already spoke about the site triangles. Previously, it's an Ocean County road, so the Ocean County Engineering Department required larger site triangles previously, and now Graham agreed to revise the plan to provide the AASHTO design site triangle, so it's actually a little bit smaller. What else? Let's see. The curb and sidewalk, the board, again, should just discuss whether they feel it's appropriate to require the sidewalk to be installed, or in lieu of that, a contribution to the pedestrian safety fund. Mr. McFarland, can you confirm if there's any sidewalk in the area?
I don't believe there's any sidewalk in close proximity to this property.
And my records indicate that you were requesting payment in lieu. Is that the case?
Yes, at this time, yes.
And then regarding the areas for the shed sales and the leased parking, right now they're shown fairly close to the property line. Where accessory structures are required 15 feet, maybe the board should consider just backing up the footprint a little further away from the property line. If they're going to put sheds or vehicles, perhaps 10 or 15 feet might be appropriate. And then finally, regarding any runoff from the vehicles being stored on the lot, the applicant agreed to some type of manufactured treatment device, which would help improve the stormwater runoff to try and catch any pollutants or oil with like an oil water separator. But ultimately, to properly catch any pollution, an impervious surface like concrete would probably be the best method to prevent pollution from getting in the ground.
I'm sorry, say it again.
The best solution to prevent any runoff from getting into the ground with pollutants would likely be, in my opinion, an impervious surface like concrete. While there's a lot more cost to that and there's more runoff from that area, at least then it would address any concerns about pollutants getting in the ground.
Just two things to either Mr. Alfieri or Mr. McFarland. In the statement of operations, the last paragraph, all activities, can we add that there'll be no above-ground storage tanks?
Yes.
And can we verify that there'll be no vehicle service or repair on site? We seem to put it in a warehouse building, and then we say in all activities, there'll be no manufacturing, but there's nothing in the all activities section that says there wouldn't be any vehicle service or repair.
Yes, that's fine too. That was the intent.
Okay. And lastly, I promise, are there any plans for an upgrade to the septic system, given the expansion of the site?
No, there are not. There's no bathroom proposed in the warehouse building, and the conversion of the single-family house to an office would not trigger any need for a septic system upgrade. The flow is actually reduced as we go from single-family house to office space.
My question is do you think that this application requires you to make an application to the Ocean County Board of Health for review?
Well, I do not believe that it does.
I'll leave that up to the engineers. I think there's obviously a concern. There's a building that's been there for a while. So I'm sure the septic system's been there a while. At some point in time, when you expand the use, you should probably bring the septic system up to current standards as well. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Another two items. You mentioned about the lighting in the area, that you don't want to add more lighting, you'll just repair whatever's not working. My concern with that, though, is that your statement of operations says that you'll be operating until 8 p.m. for the warehouse and for the lease parking 7 p.m. On a day like today, it gets quite dark by that time. I think it would be a little bit more appropriate to have proper lighting. Although you do have a neighbor next door.
Right, just for clarification, the warehouse building, there is one existing light right now. And then every door would have to have a light, which frankly, I don't show on the plan right now. But every door would have a light at the warehouse building. So there will be some lighting provided.
My question was
we're
really,
not looking to illuminate this whole site with a bunch of pole mounted lights.
my question really is, you're
I don't think
having
that's
vehicles travel throughout the property. I mean, I think the proper safety would be to have normal lighting that they can get around the property safely. The second item, I just have here in my notes that the place of refuge is 2 feet from the side property.
Yes, it
I-
is.
I don't feel that that's appropriate to be so close to the neighboring properties.
They get in and back out. We can move it, we tried to put it as far from West Common keep it out of view. And there is that 8-foot high privacy fence next to it, so they will not be visible from the neighboring property. So we felt it was best to try to keep it as far away from West Commodore as possible to hide it from view. The alternative of getting it further from the side yard would push it closer to West Commodore, making it more in the public view. So that's why we chose to locate it where shown on the plan.
Just if you're concerned with lighting, perhaps some bollard lights that are low, just to demarcate the area, like even solar or something, so that they're not going to generate much light, but at least people can see where they're going, if that's what the concern is.
Not
We don't
really
wanna
my
do
concern.
light
It
poles.
should be your concern.
I understand, yeah, but we want you to vote yes, so, but we don't want to put light poles, because we don't want the neighbors, we don't want this to be a parking lot with lights all at different hours. That's our goal.
Obviously, there should,
I'm sorry, Mr. Alfieri, how did you describe those lights?
Like bollard lights, they're just on poles.
Well, I would say the bollards are lower height pole mounted lights.
What about
maybe,
motion
we
lights?
add maybe, 3 or 4 of them along the drive aisle.
And triggered by motion so
Yeah.
that they wouldn't
They
be
could
on?
be on, I mean, they could be on motion sensors.
fair.
That's true.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I understand the concept of the drive aisle, but what about the least parking spots? If someone comes in and it's dark, like Mr. Hyman pointed out, today's a great example. By 6 o'clock, it's dark. What happened? How are they navigating out of there?
That's what a motion light would be good.
Yeah, there'll just
Well,
be
no, I
enough.
thought that, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. I thought that was just on the drive aisle. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but-
specifically in that.
But
least
that'll
parking.
put enough light where they could walk to the vehicle, turn it on, and then the light goes on. It's not, they're not doing mechanical work where they need to see much other than get to the door.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Tumalo. Oh, real quickly, back to the impervious surface. Mr. Romeyer brought that up as well. And he suggested, although he understands there's an additional cost, obviously, but concrete. I think you've heard the concerns as far as the gravel. And I do understand even with upkeep, the concern with things leaking and things like that. Thoughts on, I mean, I know you don't want to pave, but thoughts on concrete?
Yeah, if the board requires that the least parking area be concrete instead of gravel, that we'll live with that condition if that's what the board wants.
Well,
Thank you. Quick question, the stormwater basin, I just spoke to Mark, he said it's proposing about 3 feet in depth. Do we have any barriers proposed for that? Because it's adjacent to the drive aisle, near the least parking areas. That kind of ties in with the questions about lighting. I just feel maybe the board would consider requiring some kind of either fencing or landscaping barrier, something at a 3-foot depth, because we normally do require fencing for any water in depth of 24 inches or greater by code.
I would propose guide rail along the access drive. I personally don't think that fencing is required around this basin, given its location on a commercial property, but it's whatever the board would like to see.
Right, yeah, maybe not fencing, just wanted to bring up that point that it's just wide
I'm
open
sorry,
there.
was that guide rail along the access
Guide
drive?
rail along the access drive, between the access drive and
And
the
the basin.
stormwater management basin. Yes.
questions? Questions? You have anyone else you want to call?
No, we
or-
brought our traffic expert and architect only if you had questions of them. Again, we didn't think it was necessary to present them, but again, if you have questions, they're here to answer them. Otherwise, we're finished.
Anyone feel the need to have any additional questions for the architect or traffic engineer? Go ahead and open this to the public. Anyone wishing to come forward to speak about what you've heard testified to this evening, please do so at this time.
Hello? No? Is this on? Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Okay, well, you guys
I'm
almost.
sorry, ma'am, I think
Oh,
you testified last
yes,
time.
I
You
did.
remain under oath, but if you could put your name on the record again.
Sure, my name is Patty Matlock. Okay, I am the neighbor to Enzo's, and you almost had me until, if you think that I'm going to be happy in any way paying $12,000 in taxes and having you have 50 trucks or even any trucks like that parked next to my property, I'm telling you right now, I am not happy. And lots of reasons. First of all, the groundwater, I have well water. I don't use chemicals in my home. I don't use chemicals in my yard. I certainly don't want you contaminating my groundwater. So if you can figure that out, but even if you could figure that out, do you think it's fair that I live next to trucks coming in and out of this property day, night, weekends? I've been living with this for years, okay? I mean, what's the hours of service? There's trucks that leave at 4 o'clock in the morning. We hear dump truck things or whatever it is, banging metal at all hours of the day and night. It's not every single day. It's not, every single night, whatever, but it happens a lot and it's very annoying. So think about a tractor trailer, an 18-wheeler. Are you serious? Like parking behind the pizza parlor next to my property, the noise, the pollution? I just don't even understand how that's even possible. So that part, you almost had me. But when you said 50 trucks, I'm like, I was just ready to explode. So I'm totally against that, okay? I don't want my water contaminated. And as far as the septic, that's another thing. And I'm really pissed off that you're not addressing that because I've been smelling his septic for years. He's had nothing but problems with his septic, you know, and now you pissed me off, so now I'm gonna tell him. A couple weeks ago, I pulled up my driveway and I said to my husband, what does that smell? He's like, oh, that's Enzo's septic. They've had septic people out there for years. My septic is in a big mound. I've had my septic for 25, 30 years. I've never had one problem with it. It doesn't smell. The guy comes and pumps it every couple years and says it's perfect. It's clean. It's wonderful. His septic, they've had problems with for years. There's no mound. Where's it leaching to? And I have to smell that. That's probably contaminating my water. Who knows? And now you want to park 50 trucks there too? I'm sorry. I mean, the rest of the stuff I was okay with, but now I'm pissed. And I don't think it's fair. I have lived there for 25 years. I've lived there before it was a pizza parlor. I lived there before it was a thing there but a house, okay? So I'm not happy about it. So unless he addresses the septic, and I don't want all these trucks parked there, it's gonna decrease the quality of my life. And what about my property value? I mean, I have over 10 plus acres. If somebody wants it as commercial, maybe this would be great. But what if they want it as a house? It decreases my property value to live next to an industrial park, which is half a junkyard as it is. So what do I get out of this? Okay, so that's where I'm coming from. So like I said, I didn't want to be a jerk, but you know what? Now I'm pissed. Septic problems, trucks parked in and out all hours of the day and days of the week, unacceptable. It's about all I can say, so.
Thank you for coming forward. We appreciate that. Anyone else wishing to come forward at this time? Seeing no one else come forward, we're going to go ahead and close public session. Mr. Alfieri?
So we need guidance from the board on 3 points. One is curb and sidewalk, whether we install or pay the fee. Second is whether we put concrete base at the leased parking area or not. And the third, Mr. Peters raised, and then the neighbor raised too, is whether we need to have Board of Health review the septic. So we need guidance on those conditions. Otherwise, we could lay out, either Ms. Cipriani or I could lay out all the conditions we've agreed to address as condition of approval.
I've got a lot of them.
And then I was getting there. And then on the hours of operation, the statement of operations has specific hours that the applicant has to live by. And from the leased parking area, it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. period. So the activity can't go beyond those timeframes that the applicant would have to live with. Yeah, so that, and the hours of operation for the other uses are set forth. Some of them are of lesser time periods, but, or more, but the trucks specifically, 7 p.m. would be the last activity.
And listen, I'm sure you understand, and I get it. The plan's being put in place. This is what's going to have to be abided by. But in the neighbor's defense, you have to understand for what she's lived with all this time.
We definitely understand.
From my perspective, as far as curb and sidewalk, I don't believe there is any other curb and sidewalk out there. To me, that's not a necessary requirement. The Board of Health, I would think, given that, although I understand that this is a commercial area, there are residents in that area. I do think this application to the Board of Health, for the sake of caution for everybody. We don't want anybody's water contaminated. His alone, he's cooking for people every day, right? And as far as the concrete, for me, that would be a big item. I definitely think there should be something. We don't want water contamination. You don't want anything leaking. septic, the concrete, and the curb and sidewalk. Oh, I do think that they should have to go before the Board of Health. I do think an application would have to be submitted.
Actually, the Board of Health will not come out and inspect it. They'll have to have it inspected by a credible company. And maybe have company come out and have the neighbor involved to keep the peace. But they're the only ones that can really certify it. That's your option, ma'am.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
That's fine.
Okay.
Tractor trailers, can we flip-flop the storage? 'Cause I don't think there's any houses on the other side. Would that help? And the cars are closer to her side of the fence?
Well, go ahead, Graham, show the evidence.
One thing Sal and I were talking about was, just limiting tractor trailers to least parking area number one, parking area number two only leaving for passenger vehicles, smaller vehicles.
Larger trucks would be closer to her property.
Correct. They could be parked up here, at least in area number one. Area number two would be limited to smaller vehicles. No tractor trailers, or no diesel engines, possibly. Just a
Mike?
thought.
My other question would be for the engineer is, would blacktop be acceptable instead of concrete? Because I know concrete's very expensive.
Yeah, it would still be impervious, so yes.
That'll give you some relief. It'd be a lot cheaper, but this way you can pave it nicely and have it all pitch into a drain with a little separator on it, and you're good to go.
Annie, would you like to
Yes.
cap that, or would you like Mr. Alfieri to?
I will. Mr. Alfieri could certainly add anything that I don't have or object to anything I say that is not correct. There have been numerous conditions discussed in the last hearing and this one. They are that there would be an 8-foot chain link fence with privacy slats protecting the neighbor's property. That has not only been an agreed condition, but is on the revised plan. No gas fueling of vehicles on site. No gas tanks on site more than a standard landscaping gas can. No above-ground storage containers. No vehicle repair on site. No tankers as stored vehicles. All lights to be repaired and an installation of bollard lights or low-height lights around the drive aisle. Sidewalks, a payment in lieu would be acceptable. With the landscaping business, it would not be a retail operation, just storage. No stump grinding. The current trailer used as an office will be removed. Restaurant operations and hours of operation generally as set forth in the statement of operations. There should no maintenance or repair work to be done on the property, no hazardous material. The shed behind the restaurant would be used for dry storage only. Sheds and prefabs staged and displayed in the sheds, nothing built on site, no shed building on site. The house will be an office for the shed company only. All vehicles in the site must be working registered vehicles. Maximum number of stored vehicles on site was given is 50. That was not agreed to by the board. I just want to reiterate that. Manufactured treatment devices will be placed in the leased parking areas that may or may not be needed. I leave that to the engineer. If there is a condition imposed that the leased parking area be made of impervious coverage. It was agreed that the stormwater management would be required if it meets the criteria for major development. Must submit for approval the updated plan from the fire official and get that and do anything necessary to get that approval. all encroachments to be removed in the wetlands and riparian area. There has been an application of the LOI. The LOI letter must be provided. The storage bins, as shown on the plan, would be 3 storage bins, 12 by 18, with a maximum height of 6 feet. Access sufficient for emergency vehicles must be maintained. Sheds would all be in one area that was fenced in. Guide rail installed along the access drive between the drive and the basin. Iterated, the hours of the leased parking area would be 7 to 7. Board of Health approval to be required, septic system to be inspected and improved. And tractor trailers limited to area 1 was the last representation that was made. So those are the conditions of approval. Obviously, they're numerous. Because there's a use variance application here, both the positive and negative criteria need to be stated in terms of site suitability and the lack of negative impact to neighbors and to the zoning scheme, advancing the purposes of the land use law.
I just had two things. One is the variance for the additional sign panel would be required to the existing sign that already has a variance. And then we would not need the manufacturer treatment device if the board,
If it
you
was-
did say that if the board requires the impervious coverage, impervious area, we'd go either way, of course. But it seems like the consensus is impervious. Otherwise, you hit everything.
To the microphone, please.
I would like to address that number 50, cars plus trucks. I think similar to you, almost had me up to that point, because 50 is a lot. So do we have any say on how much we can limit it to?
Yes.
Is that something we can put in there? I mean, I don't know what the right number is, but
Because it, and that's something I think that's evolved through this hearing, that, you know, it hadn't been spaced out. So that was a maximum that, given on the fly, we don't have the, really,
yeah.
number of spaces that would fit. So
Right, yeah, because
yes,
I mean, 'cause I'll give the
board has the
applicant.
authority to limit the maximum number
Okay.
of stored vehicles.
Okay, yeah, because I'll give the applicant a lot of credit. I mean, you have a lot of stipulations in there that we used to have, and they all agreed to it. And as long as we can make sure that all those stipulations are, will take place, will be executed on, that's great. That's the one, that 50 number is the one thing that we haven't stipulated anything for. And honestly, I don't know what the right number is, After that, is it, I struggle with that. But anyway,
We're not
those are my
talking 50
comments.
trucks,
But I
though.
do think we need to address it, because if we say yes, then we're saying it's okay to have 50. And if we're not comfortable with that, we should
Mr. Alfieri?
something about
So
it.
I think we could say no more than 10 trucks. The rest would just be vehicles, not trucks. This is not a truck storage area primarily.
Well,
Right, so-
if you're gonna blacktop it or concrete it, you can create parking spaces there. So using RIS, whatever those letters are that we always talk about parking, as far as width of parking spaces, that should determine your maximum number.
Which might be more than the 50. That's why we agreed to
Well-
limit it. We could do the maximum number with conforming parking, not to exceed 50 if you want, and not to exceed 10 tractor trailer trucks. The rest would be smaller vehicles. If was the concern, to pick a number.
To me, without having plans, and again, I hate to say the same thing I said earlier, is it's all about applications coming prepared. You're asking for a parking facility. We should have information regarding it.
The only, and just in response to that, we're not, the paving came up tonight. It was just gravel and it was just really an open area for vehicles. It
Understood,
wasn't-
but you can still have an idea of the number of cars that would fit in that area, even on gravel. So I just, again,
And we gave you a number.
Dr. Fury, how big is that lot?
The dimensions, Graham would have to give you the dimensions.
Sorry.
How-
Dimensions of the larger of the two, well, you can give me both. Let's start with the larger one. What's the dimensions?
Area number 1 has an overall dimension of, it's 200 feet wide and it's about 100 feet wide at the midpoint. So 200 by 100.
The other one?
Plus or minus. And area number 2 is just about 100 by about 60.
and you're going to have lanes around it so that cars can maneuver through. So you're not going to stack cars up
Of course.
right behind you.
Yes.
So that's going to limit the number of cars you can have in there.
Mr. Alfieri, I'm sorry, were you saying that there'd be no more than 10 tractor trailer trucks and the remainder of vehicles would not exceed 40 for a not to exceed 50 overall?
Correct.
That the tractor trailers wouldn't be in the one area.
Correct. Yes.
Any general comment?
Oh, excuse me. Yes. Hyman?
Okay, so, in my opinion, I'm a little bit, not liking this because multiple reasons. First of all, the original, resolution from 1988 states that this property was to be used for a farm and produce market. In 2002, they came to the board asking for the pizza, which is fine. Again, this is in a limited commercial zone. As Mr. McFarland said, the uses that are permitted here, they are very limited. I think that there's a reason that they're very limited in this area. What the applicant is asking for tonight, in my opinion, is way too much. My opinion, not particularly suitable to this property. The proximity to the wetlands, there's just so many issues that I see. First of all, I mean, there's about 5 principal uses. Trucks neighboring to residential properties, the storage of the vehicles, landscaping business. I mean, if it was one business, I hear. We're having multiple businesses in a limited commercial zone, to me, is just not appropriate for the site.
Like, I wasn't sure if Mr. Hyman
No,
was done.
I know,
Sorry.
that's what I was waiting. Okay, so the last meeting that you guys were here before this board, I was not a member. I sat through watching the meeting to make sure that I'm qualified to vote, although I don't have to tonight. I listened to the concerns of the types of vehicles that were on the grounds and all of that. So when I went out there today and saw, we're now 5 months later, there's been no attempt to rectify any of the concerns that were brought up back in August. Makes me go, how do we trust going forward that the individual responsible will make sure this stays that way? We have to rely on a resident who clearly has strong concerns. And like Mr. Hyman said, I think there's just too much in this spot. I would, when I went out there and I was by the R1 buffer, I was amazed that there was stuff inside of it. And that was one of the things that we talked about. We just talked about at the first meeting, and it was still out there. Those are things that when you come before a board, I think when you hear it, show the board you mean it. You mean what you say, and start the cleanup. Don't wait. I'm not saying you have to have everything out there, but some of it could have been done. Just to see the stuff that's out there was just mind-boggling. And like I said, I agree with Mr. Hyman. To me, there's too much on this. A parking area where we're not really given definitive how things are going to work. It just, I'm not sure we've gotten everything that we need to really give positive response to this. And, kind of where I'm at. So I don't, some of my comments to heart and your decisions.
Well, let me just say this. So at the beginning of this, I think I was in the same spot as
Matlock.
yeah, the lady sitting over there. And then after listening to everything and some of the great points that everybody brought up, it does seem like that more thought needs to be put into this, and then at the point to show that you mean it.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said, show that you mean it, as far as cleaning up and all that stuff. You're absolutely right. There are some things you don't need to wait. They should be cleaned up whether this gets passed or not. So I'm taking what you said to heart, and everybody else. I mean, there's a lot of facts that were put into place that you guys brought up that I didn't think of before, and I do think of now. I do give a lot of credit though to everything that was brought up. You guys tried to come up with a solution to make it okay, and I think that's good, obviously. So I appreciate that effort. Okay, those are my thoughts.
The applicant has owned this property for a number of years already. And he has let it just sit there with all these vehicles used, broken down. There are boats, there are containers, there are school bus, there's dumpsters. I mean, this has just been sitting there for year after year, and there's been no attempt to clean it up. How are we assured that he will be able to keep track and be able to keep this place presentable? Second, yes, I think it is quite overused. And third, I would think if he was going to cut something out, getting rid of those parking areas for vehicles would be the first thing I would avoid, because that's going to cause him the most problems. He could control the rest. He said he was in the landscape business at one time, so he probably knows how he could put the brakes on the people who are running the landscape business. But these parking areas, I think, are not controllable.
Seems like your Achilles heel is the cars. They've caused you a lot of damage at this point. Do they have to be there?
Yeah, we were going to, when you finished your comments, we already realized that the parking of vehicles is a use that's not going to be something the board wants to see, so we were going to eliminate that. We just haven't figured out what we're going to do with that gap and maybe expand the storage of the, I don't know if you want us to come back with a revised plan to show you what we would do with the area, but we understand that storage of vehicles is not going to happen.
Yeah, that seems to be the big problem,
Yeah,
and I think at this point, tomorrow you might want to light a fire on the guy and get that crap out of there.
Yes.
It seems to be a big hindrance to you.
So, when we talk about positive and negative criteria, at the last hearing, before Ms. Matlock got up, I was like, it's a lot But my concern was for her home, the environment and all of that. But tonight, when you said the 50 parking spots, I was like, oh, that's just way, we've taken light commercial to way, we've fallen off the cliff, in my opinion. And I agree, I think it's way too much. When you talk about negative criteria, there's way too much negative, especially with the parking included. Now, I'll be honest, if you were to remove the parking, you still need to work out, as far as making sure that there's no leakage, because we are still talking about there's a riparian buffer. And I have to say, I'm a little disappointed as well with this, the state of disarray at the property. Like, I'm a little taken back, to be honest. We've had other situations where they've come in, other applications where they've come in, we've expressed our concerns and they clean. And even if it wasn't 100%, they've done something. It sounds worse. Sounds worse. I did not get back out there this time, but I've driven by to go other places and been like, wow, ooh. So
Mr. Alfieri, it seems that in the totality of the circumstance, it seemed the fact that there's a willingness to remove the parking component, I think is a positive. You've also heard the other comments of the board. It seems like obviously it's your choice, but it might behoove you to go back, revise the plan again, come back with the specifics rather than trying to do it on the fly.
Agreed.
And perhaps address some of the board's other concerns. It'll give you that opportunity.
Is the room on the March 4th agenda? I know that's where we carried something else, just to get it. Why not? Why not? Because the plan revisions, other than the cleanup, which should happen, but the plan revisions aren't going to be much.
What?
Correct. I have a note from Dawn that says anything can be carried to the 18th or later. So, March 4th, Sal?
So if we could have March 4th, and if you announce that, please, so we don't have to renotice, that'll be fine. We'll make a resubmission, and the applicant's going to clean up the property.
That would be very good. I assume, Mr. Alfieri, that you waive any statutory
Yes, we waive any
requirements?
statutory
All
requirement
right,
for
so
action.
March 4th, there will be no additional notice. We will be back here on March 4th.
So I just want to make one more comment. Again, my concern with the multiple principal uses on the property is still there. I appreciate the elimination of the trucks and the parking. The one positive that I saw at the prior meeting was the fact that they were going to rebuild or construct the framed garage. Definitely part of that concern is, again, it's being given up to 4 tenants, and the fact that it's even being rented out by itself is a concern for me. Again, you have the pizza store, you're going to have a shed rental. That's already 2 principal uses on this property. And then again, you're having the landscaping, and then you want to have the warehouse rental. In my opinion, that's still too much for a limited commercial zone. Just keep that in mind. Thank you. Motion? Aye.
Aye.
But that's what's going to happen anyway.